As the night settles, a small click echoes up a winding stair. A brass wick trimmer closes like a tiny cricket, and the glass lens turns a slow circle over a quiet sea. The lantern carries a consent of warm oil and salt. Whenever you're ready to drift off, let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw loosen. Tonight, let's quietly explore steady work that keeps life in order. We will visit a lighthouse at midnight, where glass and flame agree to guide ships. We will pause by a desert well with a Caravan quartermaster who measures water, salt, and patience. We will follow Edo's before dawn night soar crew as they tend lids line and tidy ropes. And we will sit by an Andean storehouse while a Quipu keeper reads knots that remember people and grain. The pace will be slow and even, simple words, gentle detail. No surprise sounds, no sharp turns, only small textures. Canvas that creaks, rope that knows its coil, a ledger that takes one quiet line. If your thoughts are ready to drift, we will begin with the light that must not fail, and the keeper who walks his round until morning. We begin inside the tower where stone meets sea wind. The staircase is iron, painted a soft dark, its treads studded so boots will not slip. Far below, a door has taken its late evening breath and gone still. High above, the lantern room waits with its quiet, turning crown. The keeper climbs with his night tools gathered in a neat bundle. A felt pad wrapped in clean muslin. A folded lens cloth that knows only glass. A small tin of lamp black and a rag for the chimney, though he hopes not to need them. A brass wick trimmer that closes with a modest, exact sound. The logbook rests under his arm, held against his coat so the leather will not grow damp from fog. He climbs without hurry. Each step has its own small note, boot, tread, pause. He passes the service landing where the oil tins stand with their mouths capped and their sides wiped free of drips. He notes, with a glance, that the spill tray is clean. He passes the weight well, hears the steady tick-click of clockwork that turns the lens. A chain moves down in slow inches, carrying the night on its back like a patient animal. He checks the guard on the well and continues. At the lantern deck, he opens the inner door and waits a heartbeat to let the air find its level. Glass prefers a calm hand on the latch. He steps into the room of light. The Fresnel prisons stand like a crystal hive. The flame within hums at a friendly pitch, held by the mantle that glows like a tiny white shell. Brass carries a soft warmth under his palm. Every surface asks for respect, not fear. He begins with the regulator, a small adjustment, no more than a coin's width, keeps the mantle fed without greed. He watches the flame's edge steady itself. A lens panel moves past with the slow dignity of a clock hand. The beam slides out into the dark, crosses black water, and writes its silent code on waves that answer without speaking. He opens the logbook on the low stand. Paper takes the pencil point with ready patience. Wind, northwest by west. Clouds, low, thin, moving even. Sea, swell with no break. Visibility, fair to poor. Fog bell sounding, interval steady. He writes the hour. He writes the weight drop. He notes the temperature and the barometer's polite fall. These marks are not poetry, but they are the alphabet of the night. He turns to glass. A round of breath fog at the frame's edge shows where damp tried to make itself at home. He lays the felt pad over his hand and wipes in small, Honest circles never across a prison's sharp angle, never hurried. He moves panel by panel, stopping when a shadow would catch the eye and asking it to go. The cloth lifts the salt that rode up from afternoon spray. The prisons answer with a cleaner edge. He carries the pad back to its muslin and folds it closed like bread in a napkin. With necks, he opens the lamp with practiced grace. The trimmer's mouth meets char and takes only what no longer serves. The cut is even, level, kind. He raises the wick a hair and lowers it, letting the flame remember itself at the right height. A too tall flame will smoke and scold the glass. A shy flame leaves a thin beam and a long apology. The keeper prefers the middle, where work lasts and parts keep their temper. He checks the air path, vents clear, chimney clean, draft steady. He passes a dry fingertip around the lamp's shoulder and finds no soot. The cloth white as a promise stays white when he tests it. Good. He returns the chimney with a breath angled away so glass will not cloud. Outside, the fog bell counts a soft measure on the dark. Down the cliff, surf rubs the rocks with the same steady hand it used yesterday and will use tomorrow. In many stations like this, a bell or horn keeps time when light finds only cotton in the air. Tonight the bell is enough. He writes bell good in the margin the way his first keeper taught him. He opens the narrow door to the balcony and steps out into a world that has kind corners only if the wind agrees. Tonight it agrees. The rail is cool. The night carries salt and a little kelp. He circles once to check the glass from the outside, the way a mirror is checked by stepping back. A sneer no hand saw inside will show itself as a blur where the beam passes. There is none. He closes the door, lifting then settling it so the latch does not speak louder than necessary. In the watchroom below, an enamel basin holds clear water. A cake of soap waits on a slatted dish. He wets a cloth and wipes the backs of his fingers where lamp heat asks too much. He dries with the kitchen towel that lives on its peg by the stove and will never meet oil. Keepers often kept sets of cloths for separate tasks, lens cloths for glass, lamp cloths for soot, kitchen cloths for hands and food. Mixing them costs work later. He checks the clockwork again. The weight needs a few cranks help. He turns the handle until the chain rises and the governor hums with a sound like a slow bee. The lens turns true. He notes the wind once more with an ear trained to the ventilator's song. A darker wind would ask for extra care. This wind goes about its business in a coat that does not flap. He takes his oilskin from its hook and shakes it once, letting a fold remember flat. He will need it if the fog thickens and the balcony calls him again. The coat makes a quiet wax sound in his hands. The lantern room remembers other nights when rain beat the glass and the flame stayed steady anyway. The room holds those memories without boasting. He returns to the logbook and writes a line that means everything and nothing. All well, it is not a flourish. It is a compact between person and place. If someone comes tomorrow and finds the line missing, they will know something asked too much of the night. The keeper leans his palm over the lamp's warmth and lets the heat bloom into his skin without courting a burn. He listens for tiny noises that do not belong, a click that has lost its rhythm, a tremor at the base of the lens, a draft that has learned a new path. He hears only the family of sounds he knows: weight ticking, governor whispering, mantle humming, sea moving, bell counting, wind laying its hand along the tower stones. He makes a small round of other things that welcome a night glance. The barometer sits, glass-domed, with its needle slanted toward change. The thermometer holds at a number his bones already guessed. The cupboard shows spare mantles wrapped in tissue, each label turned outward. The tool tray holds the wick cutter, the small pliers, the extra chimney, the jar of alcohol for stubborn soot, and two matches laid opposite directions, so a quick reach will find ahead without looking. Order in a place like this is a kind of mercy offered to your future self. He sits for a minute on the watch stool and writes a general note, one that a new keeper might read in weeks to come. White rail bolts after fog. The sentence is short and courteous. It assumes care as the default. He closes the book and returns it to its shelf, spine outward. Pencil tucked inside. Another slow circle of the lens passes. The beam cuts the same arc it cut before. Ships in the near Black Sea that blink and place themselves on a chart by a pattern that belongs only to this light long, long short, or some other measured phrase. The keeper thinks of men on decks reading that speech and folding it into their own night habits. He does not picture danger. He pictures a hand on a wheel, a breath taken, a glance toward a companion that says, "There it is, lights do this work." Keepers help. He stands and smooths the cloth on the lamp bench. He tips a little oil into the measure to be ready for the next round, then caps the can so the smell stays where it belongs. He checks the latches again with the light touch of someone who prefers to find small faults early rather than greet them when they shout. Another tick-click from the weight well. Another line of fog on the horizon's lip. Another minute or 10 of nothing needing to be fixed. This is a kind of goodness. It makes a room peaceful without making it dull. He breathes in, out, and the night breathes with him. Midnight arrives as a small tilt in the room sounds. The governor's whisper seems a hair fuller. The clock in the watchroom speaks the hour as if covering a yawn. The keeper listens, nods, and reaches for the crank that lifts the weight. The weight well is a narrow throat of iron with its chain set true. He slides the crank onto the square, turns with slow, even strokes, and counts without counting. The chain climbs, link by link, carrying the night's next hours. He does not strain the final inch. Gears prefer kindness at the ends. He eases the handle off and sets it back in its slot with the teeth turned away from dust. In lights of this age, clockwork kept the lens faithful when hands were busy elsewhere. Winding at proper intervals was a habit that turned into a calendar of wrists. He glances at the flaying steady and trims a whisper of char the last pass left behind. The brass trimmer closes with that exact, friendly click. A too bold trim would shorten the wick and ask the mantle to remember shape it does not want. He takes exactly what invites removal, and no more. A tiny drift of black dust settles on the saucer made for it. He wipes the rim with a dry corner of cloth. The mantle keeps its humming egg of light. A faint rub of fog kisses the glass. He lifts the felt pad and walks the circle again, not as a chore, more as a conversation between hand and prism. Small, patient circles. On the vents he moves especially soft, because the edges live there and do not forgive shoves. He carries the pad to its muslin like a guest to a chair. Outside, the bell speaks its interval and finds its own echo on the water, which is a comfort when sight falls away. He steps down to the watchroom for tea. The iron stove keeps a pocket of temperate air, and the kettle cooperates by singing only enough to be known. He tips water over leaves in the enamel mug kept for night, lets the color walk slowly out, and settles on the bench where the sea can be felt in the wood. A tin of ship's biscuits waits with its lid turned upside down to serve as a plate. He breaks a biscuit in two, listens to the tidy snap, and lets it soften in tea. The room smells briefly of tannin, old wood, and the faint ghost of lamp smoke that lives in every coat no matter how clean the lamp is. He writes a line while the mug cools, weight wound, flame good, another, fob light, bell clear. He adds a small note only keepers understand, governor content, which is not official language but is what it needs to in many stations. A quiet layer of notes lived beneath the formal lines. Practical whispers left for the next hand to hear. The wind shifts a point. It is not a shove, only a polite shoulder. He notices because the ventilator gives a different syllable when air steps in from that quarter. He stands, lifts his oilskin from the hook, and folds himself into it, without haste. The coat's hem remembers his knees, the collar remembers his neck. He adds the soft cap that lives in the pocket and opens the narrow door to the balcony. Night meets him with a cool palm. The beam pauses, goes on, and returns slow, sure, and always new. The rail gleams damp. Small beads of water have gathered along its lower edge like a string of little moons. He keeps one hand on the inner latch and one on the rail, tries each bolt with a fingertip out of habit, and circles once. From here he can hear the bell more clearly, and the thin shush of swell against ledge. He leans a moment into the wind to judge if the fog will thicken or only flirt. It feels undecided. He nods to that and goes back in, easing the door shut so warmth will not startle glass. Back by the lamp he checks the air path again. Draft travels from cool to warm like water looks for slope. A shift outdoors wants a small answering doors. He opens the lower vent a finger and closes the upper one the same measure. The mantle song steadies in response, neither greedy nor starved. He stands a hand's width from the glass to be sure the flame's heart does not shiver at the change. It does not. He whispers good without meaning to. He returns to the tea which has reached that friendly temperature where the mug can be held without little jumps. He wraps both hands around it and lets heat talk to his fingers. The biscuit has softened into a kind sweetness that cares nothing for fashion. He eats, drinks, and reads a half-page from the station book on the shelf how a keeper 2 decades ago handled a week of wet wind by rubbing bolts with tallow each dawn. Not in order, just the light passing along an old kindness. Lighthouses carry bodies of such advice. Wipe the salt where it tries to live, spin the latch now and then so it will not learn stubbornness, never lay a lens cloth where crumbs go. Teach your boots to find each tread in the dark. He checks the small drawer where spare mantles rest in tissue. One already has a slight hairline he marked earlier with a pencil dot. It will serve in a pinch, but not as the first choice. He leaves it here as a fallback and lays a fresh one nearer the top, wrapped, labeled, and turned so the tie faces him. That way a night hand will not have to wonder which end is which. He climbs to the lantern again. The beam sweeps. The wick shows its level edge like a horizon inside a circle. He places the trimmer away, set so its mouth will not creep open on its own. He checks the spilled tray dry. He looks along the prism faces not to find flaw, but to practice seeing. The more often a person looks, the sooner an irregularity shows itself like a wrinkle in a shirt. Tonight the glass holds its clean. He sets one knee lightly on the deck and runs a rag along the brass rail that frames the lens pedestal. Not shining it, simply denying Saul the place to perch. The rag comes away a shade gray. He folds that gray in and offers a clean edge for the next pass. Brass does not ask to be worshipped, only kept from wearing another skin. He leans his ear near the governor. The fly, a pair of small blades, turns with a deliberate, even breath. If the weights ran too quickly, the fly would chatter. If too slowly, it would sigh. Now it only speaks in a low, confident murmur. He ticks the next line in the log by the clock and adds rotation true. The night outside lifts and settles, like a blanket breathed under a sleeping child. He thinks of the keeper ashore at the city light, perhaps writing the same words in a different hand. He thinks of a small cutter that will pass in another hour, reading this station's pattern from half a mile and measuring its speed by the way the blink repeats. Work done in one room travels far when light is the tool. He takes a fresh cloth and attends to the chimney crown, where breath can leave a faint soot he would rather address early. He dampens the cloth with alcohol wipes, and then dries with a second cloth so nothing will streak. He watches the mantle after, making sure it does not answer with a sulk. It purrs in its own small way, and keeps its even egg of light. The watchroom's kettle has boiled itself quiet. He sets it farther back on the stove ring and wipes a bead from the enamel cup slip where steam tried to settle. On the shelf, a small tin labeled matches lies on its side, lid snug. He checks that the heads face opposite ways, a habit his predecessor insisted on, so you will not grab to heads and think you have none. He smiles at the memory of that remark, which came with a shrug that meant affection. He takes a piece of twine from the drawer and binds the logbook's pencil to the spine with a simple hitch, long enough for comfort, short enough to prevent searching in a sleepy moment. He tests the knot, nods to its honesty, and writes another line about visibility that has neither improved nor worsened, which is still news. He walks the iron stair down to turns to listen to the tower itself. Stone and iron have voices at night. A step sometimes rings a different note if a bolt loosens. A draft sometimes sings at a seam when a gasket wants a dab of grease. Tonight the stair speaks one note all the way down. He thumbs a speck of rust from a post and rubs the place with the same cloth, a small favor to tomorrow. He pauses at the door to the yard and tries the latch from the inside, then from the outside, opening the door only wide enough to test the catch. It answers with the same well-taught click both ways. He closes it and slides the bar into its saddle. The iron fits like a puzzle that understands itself. Back in the lantern, the beam continues to write its disciplined letter across water. The keeper stands with hands behind his back a foot from the glass and lets his eyes move with the light once slowly. Then he looks away to a neutral place, the black frame, and back again. This rests the eye and keeps the beam from turning into a stripe in the mind. It is a small trick, learned from someone long gone whose name the tower still remembers in paint under paint. He turns the governor key a whisper to keep pace exact. He notes the hour. He drinks the last warm swallow from the mug. He folds the lens cloths to the size his hands expect. He feels the night's middle open like a calm field. Nothing requires hurry. Everything prefers attention. The keeper breathes with the lamp, and the sea and the bell and the slow, polite fly of the governor. The tower breathes back. Fog thickens the way milk takes on cream slowly at the edges first, and then all at once in the middle. The keeper hears it before he judges it with his eyes. The bell grows rounder. The sea's hush pulls one blanket more across itself. He lifts the oilskin from its peg again, seats his cap low, and opens the narrow door to the gallery. Out on the iron walk, night is a soft wall. The beam goes a few arm lengths, and becomes a pale disk, then a suggestion, then a memory. He keeps one hand to the rail and one to the inner latch, not from fear, but from the discipline of safe bodies in high places. The rail beads with fine water. Droplets arrange themselves along the lower bar like a row of tiny planets. When the lens pauses, they catch a white blink and then return to gray. He circles, feeling the tower through his boots. The grate at the drain gurgles once, and is quiet. He stops at the windward pane where fog first offers itself to glass and wipes the outside with a chamois kept for this alone. Hands know the old rule, inside with felt, outside with skin. He works in small circles, no pressure, cautious on the edges where prism faces meet their frames. The light moves past him like a companion walking a slow lap. He lets it pass, lifts the cloth, and sees the pane turn from pearl to queen. Two panes more get the same kindness. The others show only a faint mist that the bean forgives. He gives them a gentle pass anyway, to keep salt from finding corners. The bell speaks again one careful note, then quiet. A clock in the watchroom answers with its own steady count. The keeper draws fog into his lungs and feels it lay itself along scarf and collar. He thinks of Captain somewhere in the soft dark, who will lean toward this bell the way a hand leans to a wall when finding a hallway by touch. Inside again, he eases warmth back into his fingers by resting a palm along the lamp pedestal, not on the hot iron, just in the country of heat near it. He checks the mantle still even, still white at its heart. He looks through the glass from the leeward side, where a trick of angle makes a sneer show if it will. None answers. Good. He turns down to the service floor and opens the door to the fuel room. The smell shifts at once to mineral and clean metal. Tins stand in a small, respectful Army 5-gallon kerosene cans capped tight, their tops wiped smooth so grit will not learn to live there. Each can wears a hand-printed label, month and year, turned outward. A funnel hangs from to nails, bandaged in cheesecloth to keep lint from wandering into lamp oil. Beside it, a wooden spill tray sits half filled with sand. The sand is fresh. He stirs it with 2 fingers to feel that it is dry. On the shelf above, wrapped in tissue, mantle envelopes sit in a row. A penciled note on the beam reminds anyone who reads, do not touch with wet hand. To one side, spare chimneys rust in a rack like tall jars, bottoms up, mouths clear. The rack is lined with felt so small knocks will not teach cracks. Next to it, 2 extra wicks lie laid straight in waxed paper, ends protected under card. He checks them for honest edge and finds it. There is a quiet satisfaction in rooms like this where every tool knows its address. He wipes the funnel lip with a clean rag and sets it back. He feels under the shelf for the small cork plug meant to live there and finds it where it should be. He glances at the oil ledger on its nail columns for deliveries and use, tidy figures walking down the page like careful footprints. He enters a light note, night watch ready, no draw. Back in the watchroom, the kettle asks for a sip of water and earns it. He sets it to the back of the ring and wipes the ring with the folded end of the cloth so oil will never learn to wander. He writes the hour and the word fob a second time, then adds bell regular. He notes the barometer's small fall with a dash. The pencil leaves a soft gray he likes better than ink at night. Up again to the lantern. He opens the lamp's shoulder door and gives the wick a shy touch with the trimmer, more greeting than a cut. He turns the regulator a breath, then takes it back that breath, the way one calms a nervous horse by asking and unasking. The flame keeps its roundness. On some stations the lamp's temper changes under fog. Here it only prefers a steadier draft. He checks the vents and leaves them as they are. The weight well ticks by his shoulder. He shines the hand lamp shaded with its thin light along the chain. The links look good. He listens to the governor. Still that low, polite murmur. He fits the crank, lifts the weight another short length, and rests the handle, not quite to the stop, then lets it go. Gears do not like to be taken to the wall. You leave a finger's measure in the bag and they treat you kindly in return. He takes the gallery once more, this time slower, to feel how fog sits against the tower skin. The paint beads do but sheds it. He checks the gutter spouts where water will leave when dawn brings a light thaw. They answer with a clear throat, not stuffed with gull straw or last month's leaves. He touches the lightning rod base with two fingers to feel the fasteners move no strange shift. He looks down where rock meets footing. The world is a cloth of gray. He is in its middle, a pin holding it to a desk. When he has done the circle, he stands at the sheltered angle and listens. Fog bells from a far buoy count their own slow mathematics. He cannot see the buoy. He does not need to. The pattern is familiar. It lives like a neighbor on the other side of a fence that both keep tidy. He breathes twice, then 3 times, in the measure of the bells, and goes in. On the watch stool, he does the night's arithmetic. Minutes until dawn. He knows the hour from the almanac taped to the cupboard, and subtracts the clock's face from it without writing. Weight drop per hour. He places a fingernail against a link and waits the time it takes the lens to carry 3 panes past, then sees how far the mark travels. He compares that to the last calm night entry. Fog adds only the work a keeper gives it, the clockwork keeps its own pace. He tallies in his head one small hand's chain of facts and arrives at a number that asks no worry. He tidies the bench. The spill saucer under the trimmer gets a quick wipe, the cloth goes into the dirty tin under the shelf, lid set on top but not sealed so fume will not be caught. The clean tin holds folded lens rags in a little fan, edges up for the next reach. He taps the pencil point once on the logbook's blank margin to make sure it is awake, then caps it by sliding the string loop over the eraser. The loop is there to keep the pencil tame, not to tie it like a boat. Let small things move a finger width. They thank you. He raises a panes latch to test a hinge with no intention of opening. The hinge gives a smooth, oiled turn and returns without squeak. He sets the latch back down and rubs the bolt head with the thumb of his glove until it shines a little. Not vanity. Simply the practice of a person who wants to see a change if frost ever tries to begin. Fog thickens again. The beam from inside the room looks like a slow wheel of pale linen. He lowers his gaze, and gives his eyes a strip of plain black frame so they will not grow blind to small flickers. He looks back up and watches the light walk into the wall of gray and press its code through. Somewhere, a deckhand with salt on his sleeves will see that code and say back to the night, there. He thinks, for a moment, of other stations' river lights, harbor lights, little post lamps in breakwaters that do the same humble round. He thinks of the keeper whose note he read about tallow on bowls. He thinks of morning bread in a kitchen that smells of iron and tea. He does not hurry the thought. He lets it sit on the bench beside the mug and cool. Another winding. Another near silent walk. Another cloth lifted and set down. The night shrinks to the circle of acts that matter and expands to the distance of the bell's echo. In a place like this, work and time keep each other good company. He visits the fuel room once more, not because he must, but because seeing things twice in a night has saved many mornings. The cans still stand in their trim file. The funnel still looks back with its cloth smooth, no thread loose. He lays his palm on the top of one can and feels cold metal that has learned the room's air. He writes a 2-word reminder on the shelf's edge in pencil, strain tomorrow, and will erase it after breakfast when the straining is done. Notes that live longer than their use turn into clutter. He prefers words that leave when the task does. The kettle whispers again, as if it cannot resist the idea of comfort. He answers with a short pour and a fresh biscuit. He is standing, hearing the fly's content turn in the governor, feeling the stool leg with the side of his boot to be sure it has not wandered. Old towers teach the habit of placing things with geometry in mind. When tired feet come later, they will find the world as it was left. He opens the balcony door for a last quick look before the half-night gives way to the thin notion of dawn. Fog meets him, friendly and certain. The bean brushes his sleeve and moves on. The bell marks the interval. A splash below writes one syllable, and then none. He closes the door and sets the latch with the same angle as before so muscle memory remains true. He writes fog holding in the book. He adds glass clear. He marks the hour, then rests his hand over the page for a slow count of 5 while his mind asks if it has left anything wanting. It finds nothing urgent. The room offers the same answer. Minutes fold themselves into the tower's habits. Weight ticks. Lens turns. Bell speaks. Flame stays steady. The keeper keeps time with them, making that quiet arithmetic of care that carries a night toward its first ribbon of light. Toward dawn, the tower's sounds lean from night to morning. The clock's minutes feel larger. The governor keeps its same mild hum, but the rumor on it seems to grow a little paler, as if light were approaching from underneath the floor. The keeper writes an hour line in the log and rests the pencil on the string so it will not wander. He stands a moment at the glass to measure the fog with his eyes. The gray outside is a cloth held near the face. Not heavy, not gone. The bell still speaks its steady interval, warm and round against the water. He opens the gallery door and lets a cooler breath touch his cheeks. The iron rail wears a no lace of dew. Down at the ledge, the swell is patient, no white, only the long, low folding that marks a weather that prefers to talk rather than shout. He circles once, cham one hand, and gives the windward pane a friendly pass. The cloth comes away damp and salt-sweet. He wrings it, folds a clean face forward, and tucks it into the pocket that belongs to it. Back inside, the mantle keeps its small egg of light. He trims a whisper of wick no more than the char that invites trimming and eases the regulator an idea to the left so the flame will not gather pride as the air grows less greedy. He watches for 10 slow beats of the heart, the way he was taught, because changes should be watched into place, not trusted because a hand believes itself clever. The flame agrees. The prisms send their measured phrase into gray. He checks the weight. The chain has traveled a good fall since midnight. He fits the crank and lifts the mass with the unhurried strength that work teaches. His hands have the memory of this turning. His back performs it without fuss. The fly in the governor answers with its low music. If fog holds, the rotation will continue until the sun is a fact and not a rumor. If fog thins, he will let the clockwork run to the end of its grace and prepare the lamp for day. He steps down to the watch room to put the kettle in the spot where it thinks best. He empties yesterday's lees and taps the tin of tea twice with his knuckle, a small superstition that is really just a rhythm, then sets the leaves to steep. A slice of yesterday's bread and a scrape of jam meat on the enamel plate whose rim has one familiar chip. He sits, spoon in the cup, and eats the way keepers do when their ears belong to something else. A gull's voice reaches through the fog with that curious cheer birds carry when they assume the world will continue. The keeper takes this as a sign to begin the first post round. He stands, sets the cup aside, and climbs to turns to the lantern. He checks the air path, vents open to the measures that suited night, leeward shutters set true. He looks closely at the mantle's shoulders to be sure no hairline has begun while the house was busy elsewhere. It has not. He lifts the tiny alcohol bottle, swabs the chimney crown with a practiced ring, and dries into smooth motions. Nothing streaks. The lamp thanks him by doing exactly what it did before, which is all he ever asks in a stormless hour. He opens the ledger for the weather page and writes 3 quiet facts. Wind 1 point more westerly, barometer steady after its small fall, fog uniform. He adds the sea state by habit, swell long, and leaves space below for a line he hopes to write. Soon, visibility improving. Down in the service room, the fuel cans wait in their squares. He lifts one by the ears only, never by the cap. The rule is old and trustworthy. He sets it on the spill tray, checks the cloth on the funnel, and pours a thumb's worth into the measure. The measure goes to the lamp's shoulder to keep the level honest. Not a refill, just enough to leave no excuse later when hands may be in a hurry. He wipes the funnel lip and returns everything to its exactness. Back up, he tests the governor's temper. He places his ear near the fly and listens for a brave word that might mean too much eagerness. He hears only that content breath he likes, like a child sleeping in a second room with the door ajar. He marks the hour. He notes the rotation true. He rests hand widths from the chimney and warms his fingers to the degree that keeps them supple, then puts his hands behind his back again so they will not reach for a tool that does not need reaching. The gray outside begins to separate into shades. The keeper sees this first at the waterline, where black becomes dark blue, and then a sort of iron. The bell still speaks, but somehow its voice seems a little farther off, which is a trick fog plays when light thickens behind it. He steps out onto the gallery. The chamois performs its round at the windward pane and finds less to do this time. A line of paler fog lives to the east. He nods to it, the way men nod to weather without feeling the need to applaud. If a second keeper were on duty for the day, this would be the time to put the room into that condition both men assume when passing. Today the duty stays with him, but the ritual remains. He wipes down the lamp table, he folds the lens cloths to the same size, and sets them mouth to mouth. He straightens the tool tray so the trimmer's nose points away and the pliers lie flat. He draws the wick up one hair, and then sets it back that hair so the next hand will see an edge that has not grown timid. He writes all well on the line that leads to dawn. He permits himself a second cup of tea and carries it to the lantern room. From there, with both doors closed, he can watch the world consider being a world again. The beam continues its patient speech. The prisms pass their bright faces across his vision, clean and exact. A small fishing boat shows itself for half a blink as a darker stripe inside the gray, a deckhand silhouette, and the ghost of a mast. It is enough. He imagines the wheel hand looking up to find the blink that belongs to this station and finding it in its place. He does not wave. He is too far for waving to be useful. He simply keeps the light. At the clock, the minute hand slides into a number that the almanac calls Sibyl twilight on this date. Fog hangs, but thin. He keeps the lamp steady. He cranks the weight for what he suspects will be the last full rise of the night. He thinks of sleep, but does not court it. Sleep will come in a cot below, under a wool blanket that smells faintly of soap and salt. For now, attention is rest enough. He prepares the day cover for the lamp, a soft, clean hood that keeps dust from the burner and sun from finding a taste for the mantel once the flame is out. He sets the cover folded on the bench, ready at hand, and lays a coal cloth in the enamel basin for the chimney when the time to cool arrives. He loosens the cap on the alcohol bottle that will be used for a final crown wipe. The first color to the east is not a line, but a temperature. The room, without shadow yet, understands it. A gull single call becomes 2, then 3. The bell keeps its duty even as light lifts. The keeper watches visibility become a fact along the cliff path, the lichens on stone, the rail brackets subtle orange, the number of bolts in the corner plate. He waits for a personal rule he never writes down. When the "I can count the bolts" is how he thinks of it. When the bolts are back, he knows the beam has said enough to allow a pause. He lets the clockwork carry the lens to the end of its drop. He touches the governor key and lets the blades come to their mild halt. The room becomes briefly still in a different way, as if a quiet musician set down his bow. He lowers the wick a breath, then a breath more, then another, gently enough that the mantle does not complain. When the flame rests like a tiny coin's edge, he carries it lower again, and now it gutters into nothing. The smell that rises is clean and small, the honest scent of a lamp that has done its job. He opens the shoulder, allows air to clear the warm spaces, and sets the chimney on the folded cloth so glass and iron can feel unhurried. He lifts the alcohol and wipes the crown one last time. He sets the day cover over the lamp like a courteous hat. The prisms, now without a heart of flame, show only mourning in their many faces. Down one flight, he puts water on to boil for porridge. He writes the line he saved space for, visibility improving, light extinguished at time. He adds bell ended, and then, as a footnote for any keeper who reads later, fog thinned by first color. He closes the book for the moment, Not yet for the day. He makes a short round of tools, trimmer wiped, and put away, cloths counted, chamois hung where air moves, funnel cloth collected for washing, spare mantle envelope, returned to tissue. He sets the glass basin by the window where cool will assist it. He runs his thumb along the brass rail and feels it clean. Outside, the gray has lifted to a heather light, the kind dawn wears when sun is somewhere behind a thin sheet. The beam no longer crosses the water. The lantern room, in its day manners, looks like a greenhouse emptied of plants. He opens the ventilators to the day position. Just a thought, so warm air will not sulk inside. Breakfast waits with its ordinary comfort. Oats, a spoon, a cup. He will eat standing at the little table, reading the line he wrote, and thinking briefly of the dessert quartermaster we will visit next with his string of knots, and his brass scale clicking over a ring of kneeling camels. But for now there is one more lap of the tar to make, one more look at bolts and seals, one more nod to the bell that has finished its night song. He sets the mug down, lifts the pencil, and writes, "All well." Daylight sits comfortably on the tower by the time the kettle's second song fades. The lantern room, relieved of its flame, feels like a tidy workshop with windows on all sides. Work moves from guarding light to keeping house for it. He begins with the lamp. The day cover lifts. The burner cools under his palm to a friendly warmth. With the wick raised just enough to show its edge, he trims a clean, level crown, no scallops, no proud corners, then lowers it and wipes the gallery where a faint ash ring settled in the hour after extinguishing. A soft brush finds the places a cloth cannot. The chimney, washed in warm water with a breath of soap, gets its rinse and a careful dry from base to lip in long, steady strokes that leave no streaks. He holds it to the window. Glass answers with a clear, even face. He sets it upright on a folded towel so air can finish what cloth began. Kerosene receives its small courtesies. The measure is washed and dried. The funnel's cloth is changed, fresh cheesecloth tied snug, corners folded under, and the old square goes to the wash tin. He draws a pint from a can into a clear jar and lets it sit while tea cools. Any haze will show, any speck will sink. The jar stays at window light, and the fuel ledger receives a note. Sample clean. Straining will wait for the planned hour after breakfast. Glass time. He opens the case door and lifts the lens cloths from their tin, one dampened for first pass, one dry to spares, clean and folded. He never touches prism faces with dry hands. A faint damp on the cloth keeps dust from finding air again. He works in small circles, panel by panel, starting windward, finishing leeward. Where frames meet prisms, he walks the cloth with special care, letting it follow angles rather than commanding them. Salt leaves politely when asked early. Old keepers used whiting or spirit on stubborn marks. Today nothing stubborn shows. The dry cloth follows, and the last pass with a fresh square gives the glass its even quiet. He steps back to let sunlight try the pane. It shows nothing but morning, which is the desired boast. Brass earns its own attention. Not polished to vanity, only a preventive hand. A flannel with a breath of oil walks the rail around the pedestal and the tiny screws that hold the carriage steady. He rubs until brass answers with a soft glow, not a shout. Plates get a light touch. The governor's bearing receives a single drop of clock oil. He turns the fly by hand to let the oil find its path, then wipes the key square so fingers will not slip when night returns. Shine what you touch, oil what you move, his first instructor had said, and the rule has never argued back. Down to turns, the watchroom takes its share. He sweeps iron treads with the stiff brush, overlapping strokes so grit cannot escape between. Salt grains and a film of night dust collect into the pan with a sound like paper sieves. The brush hangs bristles up to dry. The handrail, wiped with a damp cloth, shows the clean of habit, no sticky, no salt bloom. At the landing, the oil tins get their second wipe of the morning. Lids sit square. Ears, those small, curved grabs, are free of film. He steps into the little yard to mind the bell. Fog has thinned enough that the striker is resting. He checks the connection that ran in the dark, inspects the rope for chafe, and touches the iron of the clapper with the back of his fingers. Cold, but not burdened. He runs a rag along the down chain, where salt like to perch. The bell itself keeps its faint bloom of gray. Paint and care matter more than shine here. He looks at the winch drum, turns it a quarter, and listens. No complaint. Back inside, breakfast finishes itself, porridge made without speeches. He eats at the standing table, pencil and almanac beside the bowl. The barometer has steadied. He notes the hour and the inch. The thermometer holds at a number he can taste on the air. He writes the formal line for the morning report that will go by boat later when the water allows. His handwriting is simple and even. Letters sit as if they were content to live beside one another for years. The fuel task returns. He brings the jar of settled kerosene, inspects its clarity once more, and pours through the fresh cloth into the clean can that lives nearer the lantern room. He ties the cloth closed when done, not tight enough to carry to the washtub without drips. The funnel lip receives a careful wipe. He chalks a small tick on the shelf brace to mark strain, then takes the chalk back down so it will not learn to live there. Pencil handles the rest. Chalk makes temporary promises. Noon lies ahead, but there is time to tend to paint. On the leeward gallery, where a hand brushed a bolt after fog, a fingernail's crescent of paint has lost its hold. He scrapes it to clean metal with the blade that lives in a little oiled sleeve, wipes salt, and touches a breath of primer with a stubby brush. Not a full coat, only the kind of kindness that saves a larger job later. He records the spot in the maintenance page with a tiny bracket and the word primed. The waykeepers leave treasure maps for themselves 6 months away. Inside, he reinspects the lantern's door gasket. A thin line of felt has slumped where fingers tend to press. He loosens two screws, lifts the felt, and tucks it home with the back of the knife. The screws return to finger tight. Wood asks not to be bullied. He tries the latch, settles sweet, and writes gasket snug in the margin for the day that follows. The stairs weight well deserves a look. He descends to the bottom where the iron mass rests when night is done. The pit is dry. The guide boards show no fresh scrape. The chain looks healthy, links smooth and well seated. He brushes a week's worth of dust from the sill and swings the little door shut. Details here never make a visitor's eye go wide, but they keep the place honest. At the service sink, he washes lens cloths in warm water with a pinch of soap, rinses until the water runs foolishly clear, and pins them on a line by the sunny window. A breeze from the sea finds them, gives them motion, and promises dryness before dusk. He counts them 1, 2, 3, 4, and adds a spare from the tin so night will not arrive to a thin drawer. The chamois, squeezed and smooth, hangs alone away from Soap's company. Skin prefers solitude. He steps outside to feel the day properly. The ledge sends up its long, friendly breath. Sea shows faint corrugations like brushed silk. Farboats draw lines parallel to a horizon that at last has its edge back. The tower's paint looks honest in this light. He rubs a flake of salt from a bowl head with a thumb and picks a bit of kelp string from the drain grate. A gull stands on the lower rail and offers an opinion, then loses interest and preens. Noon brings its entry. He writes the weather line, then the remarks. Night fog, Bellenue's visibility returned by first color, lamp, lens, clockwork, all in good order, minor prime leeward bowl. He closes the ledger and smooths the page with the flat of his hand. The book is not for senses that glow, it is for senses that stay. The day crew, if a second man is on this station, the season would take over now. If not, the keeper makes the handover to himself with the same form. He leaves the lamp in day dress. Tools live where tools live. The bench is clear. The chamois hangs. The outside latch has been checked. He says softly, all yours, into the room, a habit that started when he learned the trade and has never fallen away. It tells the tower that the hour has turned and that attention will return again when the sun tips toward gray. Before leaving the lantern, he stands once more with his hands behind his back and lets his eyes travel the prisms, not for flaw, only for the quiet satisfaction that comes when surfaces tell the truth. He touches the rail with two fingers, light in thanks. The tower returns its steady cool. Down the stair, the watchroom looks properly ordinary. The kettle sits at peace. The broomstand bristles up. The oil ledger waits with its column unsullied by haste. He hangs his oilskin on its peg, straightens the cap's brim, and closes the inner door with that small pressure he likes, the one that says we will meet again tonight. The outer door opens to a day that, despite earlier fog, has decided to be workable. He walks the short path across the rock and looks back once, as all keepers do, not out of fret but out of partnership. The lantern glass, bright as a greenhouse with no plants, throws small squares of sky. He knows, as plainly as he knows the taste of tea, what the evening will ask. Wick, wait, glass, ere time. He knows, too, that the work is neither grand nor small, it is exact and steady, which is another kind of kindness set loose in the world. And as we leave the light with its calm, daytime order and step inland in our thoughts, let's follow a different kind of keeper, the quartermaster, who counts water by the bowl and salt by the knot. Where dawn belongs to sand and stars, dawn in the Sahara begins at the ground. Before the sky brightens, sand remembers coolness and holds it. Footprints made last night still look thoughtful, their edges neat, their centers firm. Around the well, a ring of tamarisk keeps its thin green. The leaves whisper the way paper does when a hand turns a page. The well's mouth is stone, worn smooth by rope sinews. The rope smells faintly of wet goat and sun. The quartermaster wakes before the light shows color. He sits up from his rolled mat, ties his headcloth without a mirror, and listens. Camels murmur in the throat sound that never hurries. Leather creaks. Someone stirs dates in a wooden bowl, counting with the tilt of a race. Coals under ash see their chance and become a small, red suggestion. He stands, dusts the knees of his robe, and lifts the yoke of mourning, a list in his head, a book in his hand, and a habit of measuring that does not quarrel. His place is a small rug laid beside the tamarisk shade. On it he sets the goods of his work, a palm-ribbed tally stick with notches cut by different hands across different years, a cord run with simple knots for bales, and figure-8 knots for water skins, a small brass scale in a leather pouch, a reed pen in a lidded case, a blotting scrap, and a shallow wooden bowl whose rim has learned many thumbs. Beside these, the goatskin bag rests with its neck tied in the flat knot he favors easy to loosen, hard to pull apart by accident. He unties and readies at once, simply to make his fingers remember smoothness. The well stands modest and useful. A beam bridges to posts. The pulley wheel turns with the gentle politeness of well-oiled wood, each spoke a familiar companion. A bucket rides the liner reel bucket, not a metaphor wood staved and bound with an iron band that shows bright warriors rubbed it clean. He looks at the knot where rope meets handle, feels the tight with 2 fingers, and nods. Before anything else, he greets the water the way people here do, not with a song, not with a bow, but with the small discipline of clean hands. He pours a ladle from the last drawer into a clay basin, rinses dust from his fingers, and lets the wash go into the thirsty ground. He ties his robe sleeve a thumb higher so cloth will not fall into the bucket. The first light is a pale wash over sand. The sky in the east holds one long idea rather than a line. The cook, a patient man who knows rice and millet as well as he knows faces, lifts the lid from a pot and lets steam speak couscous, waking a breath of salt, maybe a mint leaf for later tea. Metal answers with a soft ping when heat grows confident. Or on the kneeling camels pickets hold, pegs firm in packed ground. The animals' knees wear pads like old work gloves, their lips find a shred of thorn and make a slow meal of it. Bells at 1 or 2 necks carry little fringes dyed once with indigo and now faded friendly. The quartermaster draws the first bucket. The pulley hums. Rope rises heavy, then lighter, then easy, then heavy with the weight of the bucket climbing through its own dark. He lifts hand over hand, steady and smooth, and sets the brimming circle onto the stone rim. Water shows itself clear as glass. Faint bubbles cling to the side. He waits for the bubbles to choose away. Patience now keeps skins from tasting of rope later. He fills the ration bowl by half. This bowl is not for eating. It is for fairness. 1 bowl poured to the mouth mark, 1 skin receiving the same, each string not counted as eye and hand agree. He tilts, watches the water's skin settle level, and tips the first measure into a clean goatskin. The skin twitches with cold. He rubs the leather's neck to wake it, and waits for the water to find its place. The tie goes down a flat knot he can undo with gloved fingers, and the skin's cord receives 1 simple knot on his counting line. 1. People begin to appear. A young drover with hair still full of sleep carries to folded nose cords, and a gratitude that he doesn't try to explain. A woman from the date sacks brings a small tray with 3 cups and a kettle that will soon think. The merchant who owns 2 of the salt bales stands a little apart, not as a display but because worry asks him to measure the distance between his goods and the world. The quartermaster sees them all without leaving his square of rug. He opens his ledger. The pages, burnished by time and travel, show columns ruled long ago, and Ray ruled when a hen grew tired. He writes the days mark moon day, when light and begins the first notes, skins to fill, 14 beside, 10 the far rope. He writes the names of owners as the camp uses them. Abu Yusuf for the merchant, Lalahibo for the woman who sells cloth, Musa for the drover whose laugh is warmer than his hands. Each gets a line, each line a series of notches and small letters: water, dates, rope, repair. The scale comes out when coins appear. It is no grand balance, only a portable brass with a beam the length of a hand and pans that have learned to settle quickly. He leaves out the seed weights, tiny discs, some bright, some dark with age, each stamped with its quiet promise. A customer sets two coins on the left pan, the quartermaster sets a small weight on the right. The beam answers with a level that satisfies both lives. He nudges one coin with a fingernail to see if it rings honest and watches it spin to a stop. Satisfied, he tips them into a small pouch, ties its neck, and writes a brief mark on the ledger so no one must remember what paper already remembers. He measures ration bowls by and by touch. A palm passes over water the way a cook levels flour. The measure meets the skin without spilling. The cord takes its second knot. His cord is not just a count of water. It is a map of responsibility, simple knots for drinking skins, figure eights for animals, long knots with a tail for trade. When the cord length grows crowded with talk, he slides the knots along to the next stretch, pinches them so they do not learn to undo themselves, and carries on. He will unwind these counts at midday in the shade and copy them into the ledger and numbers the book knows. The sun thinks about color. The camp grows lines, shadows from picket pegs, shadows from tent ropes, shadows from each person's morning work. A boy runs past with a bell fringe in his hand. He passes it to his father, who combs it with his fingers to free grit, then dusts it with a breath of ash lime so wool will not sour when sweat returns. Small things keep large things gentle. He pauses to speak to the leather who is re-stitching a winneskin with sinew. The leather shows a needle made from a bird's long bone. The thread pulled through beeswax slides without complaint. The quartermaster looks for neatness, not speed, stitches equidistant, holes small enough to hold, not ends tucked into a seam. Good, he says, and means it. In caravans of this age, a repair done kindly in the morning can keep night from asking for too much. Tea arrives with a mint leaf that has traveled wrapped in damp cloth overnight. He takes the smallest cup, not to be humble but to keep his hand clear of water and ink. The cup warms his fingers. The taste is bright and steady, not sweet yet. The second pour will handle the sugar. The first pour, according to habit, wakes the mouth and the mind. He nods thanks. The woman lifts her chin once and returns to the spice bag that lives at her hip. At the well, he changes ropes. The far rope, which draws the bucket for those on the other side, has learned a rough patch near the knot. He loosens, turns the rope a quarter twist, and ties again so stress will not aim at the same place all day. He rubs the twist with a drop of tallow from a small horn the color of honey. Rope looks simple. Rope remembers kindness. He weaves dates for the animals' keepers, an honest handful per head for the hardest hours, using the scale's small pan and a weight cut from lead a generation ago. Dates stick to one another like old friends. He separates them with a thumb, sets them in a cloth, and notes the count, not the value, only the number. Because numbers are easier to argue with if they are clear and do not try to dress like poetry. The sun lifts a little. Light climbs the tamarisk trunk and finds his ledger page. He shifts the book a finger to keep glare from scalding his eye. He writes skin 6, animals 3, then checks the cord 6 little bulges. 3 figure eights exact, nothing more. The bowl dips, the bucket rises, the knot slides, the page speaks. In a place like this, routine is not a chain but a path across open ground. We will come to the bales and the salt, we will count sacks and tie their mouths with a knot that lies flat on a camel's back. We will feed the bell fringes with indigo-dyed wool and count coins that click like tiny plates. But for this hour water has the floor, and the quartermaster listens. The sun slides up until the world learns edges. Shadows step out from things and point like arrows. By these shadows the quartermaster measures time. When a tent rope's shadow lies the length of a man, rations for animals begin. When the tamarisk's shade grows thin as a spear, the last skins must be tied. This is not a clock with bells. It is a quiet treaty with light. He starts with the calves and the weakest camels. A small scoop of dates, a pinch of shelled millet, a slab of salt pared thin with a knife that knows this job. Salt here is both cargo and medicine. The bales themselves lie wrapped in leather under a sun mat, each block crusted white, faces scored where knives have traveled. He puts the blade to one corner, draws a shaving like thin stone, and lets the animal's tongue do the rest. The grunt that follows is almost a thank you. The ration bowl dips again. A half measure for the smallest animals, a full for the tall ones who will take the heaviest loads. The quartermaster wets the bowl first so water will slide clean. He steadies the goatskin mouth with a hand that never shakes over a measure. The flat knot closes, quick and neat. His tally cord answers with the figure 8 knot that means beast drank. A second cord keeps count of those still waiting. 2 cords, 2 stories, what is finished and what remains. By the tamarisk, a line forms without being told. Drovers at comfortable distances, skins at their feet, each one's coin or token wrapped in cloth. The brass scale begins its morning music, a gentle tap as a weight takes its pan, a hush as the beam relaxes to level. He knows the sound of a true coin when it spins, not because he has studied it in a book, but because the dessert teaches sameness, and hears the faintest wrong note. Once in a season, a thin coin whispers instead of ringing. He tests it between fingernails. If it bows too freely, it becomes a debt written plain in the ledger rather than a coral in the sand. He marks salt bales with rope. Each bale receives a loop flattened by 2 half-hitches that lie low against leather so no pressure point grows into a bruise on a camel's side. The rope tails are laid left, not right, his own custom, so in the half-light he can feel the difference. For counting, his tally cord gets a longer knot, a blurry knot, he calls it, which stands proud enough to find with fingers in the dark. Later, when the caravan strings itself on the morning path, those knots will tell him at a touch how many blocks stand between water and market. A drover brings a gerb, an older goat skin, well cured, patched twice at the shoulder. The neck seam looks honest but dry. The quartermaster rubs the seam with a smear of tallow worn between his fingers. It shines, then sinks into the stitch. He opens the mouth, breathes into the skin to wake its shape, and closes it again. Leather answers like a hand that knows the work, becoming soft without becoming weak. Well, hold, he says, which is most of what a drover wants to hear on a long morning. The ledger grows a spine of marks, short lines for skins, loops for animals, dots for coin. Beside some names he writes a letter that only the caravan understands, who owes bread to whom, which rope was mended with whose help. In many traveling companies, trust is recorded twice, once in people's heads and once in a book. The head keeps the tone, the book keeps the numbers from wandering. By the spice bundles, the cloth seller shakes out a length of indigo and lets it drink sun. The dice smells faintly of crushed leaf and thyme. She cuts a thin strip for bell fringe repair. The boy brings it to the quartermaster as if it were a message. He thanks him with a date pressed between thumb and forefinger to soften it. The boy carries sweetness away and returns with a smile that makes the shade seem larger. Now the salt bales get their full attention. He lays each leather-wrapped block on a mat and runs his palm along its face to feel for chips that could become troubles. Where an edge has grown cruel, he rounds it with a few strokes of the back of the knife, not in waste but in mercy. He weighs a bale on the scale, not for payment this time, but to learn its story. The beam rises, hesitates, and balances where he expected. He writes the figure and adds a little sign that means watch corner. Later, when the camels kneel, he will put that bale toward the fore, where bones under the pad are kinder. A seller of dates arrives with a woven tray. He bargains with the cloth seller in soft voices that have argued only as sport for years. The quartermaster lends the scale. Coins become weights, dates become numbers, and the little bean, impartial as always, ends the discussion with its level. He enjoys that. The dessert has wind and opinion. The balance brings a small square of certainty. He sets up the long loading rope and runs the length through his hands to check for thin places. Every few arm spans he finds a smoothness like river stone where palms have traveled. He ties a whipping where fibers think about fraying, using a thin twist of flax and a touch of wax from the tallow horn. Rope work looks like talk to anyone passing. To him it is the language that keeps goods and animals from learning fear mid-journey. Shadow tells him it is time for the second water round. The tamarisk shade has shortened to a neat oval. He calls by name. Skins come forward. One's patched with neat crescents, one's new and smelling faintly of smoke and milk. He pours half measures to keep the line moving and sets aside a full bowl for the 2 camels who will carry cooking pots and the stove. Loads that feed others get a little preference. No one argues. This is a rule the caravan invented and kept. He copies the knots from the tally cord into the ledger's clean numbers under the tamarisk. Simple knots become the count of skins, figure eight's the count of beasts, long knots the salt bales. He runs a fingertip under each line as he reads it back to himself. In this work, reading aloud is not for drama, it is for sleep later, when the head wants to play tricks. Water 18, animals 7, salt 9, he says to the page in a voice too low to carry, and then draws a short bar, his own mark for done so far. A traveler with fine sandals, soft leather dyed like dates, asks if the well will bear another group by late morning. The quartermaster looks not at the water but at the people and the animals around him. He reads thirst in lips, in eyes, in patience. Yes, he says, if they come with the sun 2 hands higher, and if they bring their own bucket. He has learned to say such things plain. Wells are communities for an hour. Courtesy and schedule share the same jug. A breeze rises, carrying a little heat with it. The cook opens the pot and shakes in a pinch of salt shaved earlier, not from the bales for market, but from the chunk kept for the pot. He tastes, and lifts his brows, the sign for good. Tea follows, this time with sugar from a paper twist. The quartermaster takes the second pour, sweet and hot, the way travelers here like it when a road of sand faces them. He sips, then sets the cup down exactly where it was so his hand will find it without thought while he ties. Camels kneel at his gesture. Pads meet sand with a soft thump. He ranges loads the way a tailor ranges cloth, balancing left against right, heavy against light, awkward shapes against friendly ones. Pots and pans ride where they will not knock. The jar of saffron hides in a basket between two blankets. The salt bales sit inboard, the rounded faces kissing woe. He slips a coin-sized felt pad under a strap edge that wants to chew. He snugs the belly rope so it is firm, but not mean. He strokes a nose that tries to complain and taps the rope twice, his signal for enough noise. The brass scale returns to its pouch. He closes it with a tug and hears the little click that tells him the pan hooks are seated. The tally cord, now crowded with small stories, is rolled and slipped through his belt. The ledger receives a strip of date leaf as a marker. He blows sand from the cover and ties it with 2 wraps of string. The string's knot is a bow that will not capsize in wind. He lifts his eyes and checks the long picture, tent sagging in deliberate collapse, coals smothered with sand, pegs coming up with a twist and a pull, pickets coiled by 2s. The well's rope hangs wetter than it was. The bucket, rinsed and drained, waits on its side so sun can do the drying. The tamarisk's shadow has shortened to a mat. The day has declared itself. For a moment he rests his hands on his knees and feels the ledger's weight against his thigh. The numbers he has made are not heavy. They are a map drawn in small words so thirst will not surprise anyone who trusted the line. We will follow him as the line of camels stands, as bells lift their fringes and the road folds out like a ribbon. We will keep his pace and watch him measure heat with shade and distance with patience. But first, the last skins will close, the last coins will tip, and the last knot will sit flat against leather where it will ride well for miles. The line forms the way a river decides its banks. First, the led camel rises with a sideways sway, back legs then front, and shakes its neck so the bell fringe gives a little agreeable breath. The next animal follows with the same patient geometry. Packs settle. Ropes make their first good sounds. The quartermaster walks the length once before anyone moves, palm on girths and knots, eyes where soft places meet hard edges. He starts with the 4 loads. Salt bales sit close to the spine, rounded corners inward, belly ropes even across the hair. He tucks a square of felt under a strap that wants to think about chafing. Pots ride higher, their mouths facing one another so they will not collect drifting sand. A rolled carpet serves as a cushion under a wooden chest. Knots lie flat like small sleeping fish. He leaves a finger between strap and hide where a finger belongs, no more. When a knot's tail looks willing to wander, he rolls it and gives it a single stitch of flax through itself. The stitch is not permanent, it is a manners lesson that lasts to noon. At the head of the string, the pathfinder points the nose to the low line of light. The quartermaster raises his hand to fingers up and the pace becomes the morning pace, which is slower than anyone wants, and exactly what the day can afford. Sand at this hour is cool and firm. Hooves print neat ovals. Bells speak a tin-soft syllable at each sway. Leather answers with small creaks that sound like agreement. The line stretches and then gathers again, each drover keeping a comfortable space. Ropes never tight, voices low and spare. He chooses a step of his own that fits both book and beast. 10 paces with the string, 5 to the side, then back. He watches the first 3 animals, then the last 3. The middle keepers carry what they are taught in the edges. When the wind shifts a degree, he marks the thought with a glance at the ripples ahead and a roll of the ledger under his arm to shade his pen from the light if he needs it. Changes, even friendly ones, prefer to be noticed. The rope for the long loads passes through his hands as he walks. Every dozen cubits he checks for heating the fibers. Warm rope can mean friction. Friction means a story he would rather not hear later. He eases a twist straight and pats the spot he just calmed, the way you would smooth the flank of an animal that remembered a sting. He does not talk to the rope, exactly. He only behaves as though it listens. On the second rise, the sand begins to write its small wine scripts. Lines turn from sharp to soft, where the breeze drapes them. The quartermaster reads them the way some read water. A shallow tells him the crust will hold. A grainy glitter hints at new drift. A pale stretched patch suggests old salt earth under the skin of sand. Good footing, no surprise sink. He angles the line a hand's width to the right so that camels' pads meet the slope kindly. Drovers see the shift and follow it as if it were their idea, which is the preferred way of leading most days. He speaks to the boy in the rear with a look and a gesture, the one that means "What's the pots by the red saddle?" The boy nods, touches a strap, and holds his place. Apprenticeship in these companies is mostly about hands and eyes. Words are for shade, not for walking. The quartermaster takes the ledger out once in the cool hour and makes a small road note on the margin. Ripples from north, crust holds. The entry is not for history. It's a breadcrumb for the return trip and a nudge to memory when camps blur into one long evening years from now. He slips a thin gate leaf back under the tie to keep his place and falls again to rope and load. At the first shade break he measures time with the tamarisk that comes into view like a promise. Its shadow throws a short wing. He raises a hand, and the string folds itself into a long, loose S that fits the shelter. Camels kneel, bells hush of their own accord. And air under bellies cools with a slow, good patience. He loosens belly ropes 1 finger's breadth so breaths can grow larger. Then sets the knot again so it will not learn slack. He feels each pad where it lifts from sand warm, not hot. He soothes 1/4 with a smear of fat where grit found a fold. A cloth dipped in the little basin lifts dust from a tender place and lays it somewhere it will not scrape. Tea makes its low voice in the coals. The pot sits slightly to one side so water will not boil with pride. He accepts the first pour to wake the mouth, the second for sweetness, the third to share with the ledger. The book, laid on its leather wrap, opens to noon thoughts. He pulls the tally cord from his belt. Simple knots slide under his thumb. Water poured since dawn, figure 8s for animals. Longer barley knots for salt. He straightens the cord on the page, pins each class of knot with a pebble, and translates them into numbers the line will accept. He reads them aloud once soft, almost to himself, and draws the small bar that means settled. In other places people use abacuses or wax tablets. Here sand, cord, and pebbles serve. A breeze finds the shady side of the tamarisk and writes tiny waves in the dust, like the faintest edge of water. No one watches them on purpose, but everyone sees them and feels better. He wipes the reed pen and adds two words in the corner of the page, good temper, which is not a weather term and not quite a prayer. Just an acknowledgement that people and animals have kept the same pace as their tools. He checks loads while T rests. A potmouth has turned toward wind. He sets it to face its friend. A folded saddle blanket has crept up. He tucks it back and presses the crease with his knuckles. He runs a finger along the leather's edge where the salt bale presses, moving at a finger's breadth to spare hair. He touches a coin-sized felt pad. It still lives where he placed it. The felt is cut from a hat that saw its last good day years ago. In caravans, old things become new things with little ceremony. Lunch is quiet flatbread, a smear of ground sesame, a date cut into sixths and exchanged for a small joke. He keeps the ledger open while he eats, not because someone will steal a number, but because he likes to see the day be seen. The cook sprinkles water on the hot sand under the tamarisk. Steam rises like a thought that refuses to argue. A girl threads a new tassel for a bell fringe with indigo wool and tightens the knot with her teeth. The thread leaves a friendly blue on her lip that will be gone by afternoon. When the tamarisk's shadow shortens to the length of the trunk, movement returns. He invites the line to stand with a cluck he learned as a child and never quite unlearned. Belly ropes take their finger back, not settle. The long rope lies like a quiet snake across sand, then lifts posture as the string straightens into its afternoon self. Heat arrives as a fact. The quartermaster changes the measure of pace the way a singer changes key. He shortens steps, lengthens breaths, and arranges the order of small stops by the shadow of his own staff on the ground. When his shadow lies across his toes, they walk. When it slips to his side, they pause. When it disappears under him, they drink to swallows and think about mint. This is not science and not superstition. It is a way of staying friends with the wide day. He begins the move balance that saves shoulders. Every so often he switches the left leading bundles to the right side of the same animal, not by untying the world, but by drifting weight a fraction and smoothing the rope around the girth so pressure learns a new conversation. The beast accepts this touch as it accepts the fly switch. He sets a pebble in his pocket each time he completes 3 such corrections. When the pebbles reach 5, he knows he has tended enough pairs for now. Midway up a gentle slope, he hears the wrong note, a strap beginning to sing under friction. It is not loud. It is a little higher than Leather's usual voice. He reaches without hurry, tucks a twist of wool under the singing edge, and strokes the place once. The song stops. The drover of that pair gives a tiny nod into the air, not to the quartermaster, but to the moment. Small repairs done while it is still easy keep dust from inventing stories later. A long look backward checks and points, no one drifting, no rope drawing to straight a line. A look forward reads the sand for a stripe of old hard ground where some other train passed in a wetter season. He aims for that stripe, a hands with the side so feet will find firmness, but knees will not resent the exact same step. In places with few landmarks, the memory of other feet is a kind of mercy. As heat lays its hand heavier, they take a brief shade under a bank, do no tree, only the curve of sand that teaches when to go over. He breaks the cork from a water skin with a twist, lifts the bowl, and sets it on his knee. The measure is modest, the throat remembers kindness anyway. He writes a small letter next to 2 names, his reminder that their animals took a little more strain this hour. and will need a little more soft speech at evening. In caravans, language includes a hand on a cheekbone, a slower knot, the offer of the good strap when a lesser one would do. A marsh begins to make its own thin lake to the south. No one believes it, no one points it out. It is a familiar traveler and likes to be ignored. He looks away, not because he could be fooled, but because eyes spend themselves when they chase bright fictions. Toward mid-afternoon the wind cools by the smallest thought. He knows this not by skin, but by the way the camel bells lose their sharp edge and become table soft. He unrolls the ledger and writes to more numbers, distance by steps, skins remaining by knots not yet pulled. He adds shade into shadows, which means nothing to a stranger and everything to the line. The next rest will come when each person's shadow is twice his height. This kind of measure keeps hearts even more than tongues. Far ahead a thin row of palms draws itself against the pale. Not an oasis, exactly, just a scatter on a low swale that keeps water under the sand long enough to grow something. He does not announce it. He simply begins the arithmetic of the last hour. Quiet rope, flatter loads, the long cord of the line lowered over each animal's back with a smoothing hand. He watches for the earliest sign of sand fleas at the ankles and swoops them away with the tassel from his own sash. Even in deserts, small bites belong to small wars best avoided. As they angle toward the palms, he takes one last pass down the string. A drover hums a tune that has only one note and suits the hour. A girl counts the plates on her rope as if they were steps. The cook, who has walked this path in more seasons than most of them, checks the pot lids with 2 fingers and smells what is inside before remembering he already knows. At the shade, the quartermaster will loosen girths, lower loads to rest in their leather jackets, draw half measures no more, and let silence do the kind of work that does not show up in ledgers. He will sit with the book open, the cord straight, and the pebbles set in a neat row. Then write the midday line in numbers and in the small words that keep a company ordered without making it feel me. Sure to death. But before shade embraces all of this, the line must finish the last 100 steady paces. He walks at the flank, hand on the long rope, eyes on the place where sun begins to forgive footsteps, and lets the desert keep its own slow, reasonable promises. Shade arrives the way a hand lays a cloth over bread, gentle and complete. The palms are not tall, but they are enough. Their fronds make a patched roof that moves when wind thinks. Sand under the leaves is cooler by a clear degree. Footprints hold their edges without sharpness. The quartermaster raises his palm with 2 fingers, spread the sign to kneel. The string flows into a long, quiet curve and settles to rest. Belly ropes loosen a finger. Leather sighs. Pads lift from the ground with a soft peel, like paper from glue, and then relax again. Bells hush themselves. A drover unrolls a mat. Another sets a small brazier in a hollow where wind cannot argue. The cook leans into a pot that carried the day's heat and decides it has earned a pinch of cumin and a spare strip of dried meat. He adds both without letting pride interfere. The quartermaster makes a small square on the earth with his sandal and sets the ledger there. He lays the tally cord straight across the square, knots toward in, free in the line with the page's top. Pebbles 7 this time, pin the cord in sections so counts won't wander. He speaks numbers low, as if he were reading to the sand. Water given since noon, animals watered at the shallow stop, salt bales shifted, straps eased. He moves each knot along the cord as he translates it into a figure. At the end, he ties a short temporary knot, his stop mark, so the afternoon's story knows where to begin again. Wine cools. It comes from the left cheek now, carrying a smell of crushed frond, and a faint sweetness from dates split to dry on palm planks. He takes a sip of water, 2 swallows only, then wets his thumb and smooths a page edge that threatened to curl. He does the same for the rope's fray. He noticed earlier a twist of flax, a breath of tallow, 3 neat turns, pulled tight with a small stick used only for such tightening. The stick returns to its loop. Tools here live close to their jobs. Repairs arrive like quiet visitors, one at a time, a girth with a stitch that has learned to question. He threads a curved needle bone, polished by fingers through waxed sinew, and places 6 fine passes along the split, burying the knot between layers so it won't feel like a pebble under pressure. A pot hanger with a crack near the hook. He bands it with wire from a small coil, then hides the twist inside a flat of felt so metal won't scritch against metal when the path begins again. A strap with a sharp mouth. He strokes it with tallow and rubs the edge against smooth stone until warmth teaches roundness. He does not talk much during the repairs. People nearby speak the language of small tasks. A girl teases dirt from a bell fringe with a comb made of palm red. A boy oils a stirrup with 3 drops from a clay flask. The cloth seller tests indigo thread by pulling it against her palm until it leaves the faintest cloud, then declares it ready. The cook tests the pot by scent alone, then turns the coals inward with a twig so heat will hold steady. Next comes the evening count. Coins arrive one by one, wrapped in cloth or brought on a pawn. The scales pans swing like patient heartbeats. The quartermaster keeps the bean level with a breath, not a finger. He sets seed weights down as if placing dates in a child's hand. If a coin falters, he tests it ring on stone, tacked between nail and nail, spin on the ledger's corner. Most sing honestly. One sighs the wrong way. He sets it aside without frown, and writes a tidy promise instead of a quarrel. In this work, peace is a line in the book as much as a word in a mouth. He opens a pouch from the cloth seller, little copper pieces with the smell of runes, not roads. They clink like tiny plates when they meet the pan. He weighs the salt bales marked in the morning. The bean leans, returns, and falls still in the proper place. The bales keep their numbers, the rope knots keep their story, the ledger keeps both without comment. He writes a note under the last figure, corner eased, weight unchanged. He enjoys such senses. They are modest and useful. Animals eat while people settle accounts. From a palm frond, date pits ping to the ground, a rhythmic spill that sounds like rain trying a new idea. The quartermaster does not count the pits. He counts the mouths and matches them to loads. A young camel that learned the day hesitates at the basin. He wets his hand, touches its lip, and drips water from fingers into the bowl. The animal understands and drinks. He marks a little curve beside its owner's name, his sign for watch in the morning, kind voice. The sun, lower now, makes the fronds shadows longer and more like fingers. The quartermaster measures time again by length, not number, when his own shadow doubles his height. He will call for the night water the last half measures that soften sleep. Until then, mending and counting continue. A drover brings a cord he swears used to be longer. The quartermaster finds the truth with a handspan measure he carries in his head. Rope does shorten when it learns to work, but not steal more length than friction. He loosens a mass of good intentions, fits each knot to its duty, and gives back a span the man thought lost. He puts a barley knot at the curd's far end where their rope began and says, "Here is your measure, do not let it wander." The drover smiles with most of his face, then makes the knot again in front of him to learn it by muscle. He eats bread folded around a spoon of beans, cumin, a trace of oil, a date pressed into the side, tea sweet by now poured from eye into a chipped glass to wake a little foam that pleases the eye more than the tongue. He prefers to eat standing or seated on his heels. The book stays open. He writes between bites. Things never wait for neat endings in places like this. They join and part like lines in sand at the foot of a dune. When the first cool touches the wrist bones, he calls the night water. Skins come with soft talk. He pours by the bowl half full, tipping the stream so it doesn't strike hard and scare a sleepy animal. Each pour earns a count. Each count loosens the tallycurd's knots a fraction, until only the stop mark remains. The cord lies light on the ledger now. He unties the stop mark and coils the cord again. The coil sits in his palm like a small basket with no bottom, made of promises kept. He closes coin accounts gently. He uses a phrase the Caravan likes. The book has your face. It means the numbers sit under the names in a way that cannot get lost, so when the road steals someone from the line for a night or a week, the record will stand and find them again without anger. In the corner of the page he writes the phrase he'd promised himself earlier, "good temper," and underscores it with a small dash that means he hopes it stays. Repairs finished, loads eased, and accounts settled, he moves to the camels again. He rubs the bridge of a nose with his fingers. He lifts a foot and checks the pad for a tiny burr of salt. He finds one and flicks it away with his nail. He strokes the coarse hair near one ear where flies like to learn stubbornness, and smears a dab of fat to change their minds. He thanks a rope with a squeeze. He looks into an eye that shews a tired patience he recognizes. As evening finishes its long pour, conversation picks up by an inch. Men call low to the next mat. A song with only two notes coils itself under the palms and loosens the day. The quartermaster wraps the ledger in its leather and ties it with the same bow that will never capsize. He places it under the edge of a rolled carpet, dry and near where no foot will find it by accident. He takes up the small brass scale again, not for coins, but to weigh a handful of saffron threads. The cook watches with open interest. The bean decides the measure, the cook smiles, and ties the threads in a twist of paper that will live in the spice pouch until morning. This is not excess. It is the kind of care that keeps dishes from losing their character when camps change and seasons turn. The wind has become kind. It untangles hair tangled earlier. It leaves the date mats alone. It carries the promise of a cooler night. He walks a last quiet circle through the camp, looking down more than out. Pegs hold. Knots rest. Pots lean on their sides with mouths facing away from wind. A boy has fallen asleep on his rope coil. Someone lifts his head and replaces the rope with a rolled cloth, then places the coil under his hand again, so the hand will believe it has kept faith through sleep. He returns to the small square he drew beside the palm and smooths it with his sandal. The earth keeps a faint sheen where the ledger sat. He pours a cap of water on the spot, not as a ritual, only as a habit. The book took space. He gives it back, a gift the ground likes. The last task is the simplest. He takes the tally cord and ties it to the same belt loop in the same way and pats it once, the way people pat their pockets when they rise from a table. He breathes. He looks at the fronds, at the neat V of the veil where tomorrow's path will lay, at the first mild star that does not ask to be named. He sets his sandals near his rolled mat and loosens the knot that holds the day around his head. Sleep is not yet here, but it is willing. He will lie down with the ledger's map of the day behind his eyes, simple marks, friendly knots, small weights that remember their measure. The dessert, for all its wittiness, has learned a small order for this camp tonight. And the quartermaster has been its clerk. Pre-dawn comes with a small cool that touches the wrists first. Sand hardens to the step. Edges of last evening's footprints sharpen. The palms keep their hush. A star or two clings to the western dark the way dew clings to the underside of a leaf. The quartermaster sits up on his mat, ties his headcloth by feel, and listens. No stray rope tapping, no restless bell. Good. He walks the camp before speech. Pegs hold. Loads sleep under leather. The brazier keeps a single ember under ash, useful for the cook's first flame. He kneels by the basin, wets his hands, and lets the water fall where the tree root will thank it. Hands clean, he opens the ledger where last night ended. The page greets him with a line he drew as a promise. Night water given, temper good. He underlines the word good with a dot, not because the book needs decoration, but because his eye appreciates the small anchor. The well waits as wells do without hurry. The rope is cool and obedient. The pulley greets the morning with a dry, easy turn. He drops the bucket, hears it reach water, and counts 3 slow breaths before lifting so bubbles will not ride into skins. The bucket rises, circles, shines. He pours into the ration bowl, wets the inside first so the skin of the measure will not steal from what it holds, and tips a steady half into the first goatskin of the day. The neck takes the flat knot he favors, and the tally cord receives its first simple knot, the morning's first line in a sentence he has written many times. Animals wake in quiet pieces, a lower lip moved by dreams, a shoulder shrug, the deliberate hinge of knees. Bells speak thinly and then grow polite again. He begins with the 2 who will carry cookware and the spare water. They get the earlier drink. Their work carries other people's work. A boy brings a ladle. The quartermaster keeps it for a moment and tests the joint where handle meets bowl, a quick pinch to ensure no crack will surprise them later. He returns it with a nod that says serviceable. He calls by name and gesture. Owners answer with their skins and their eyes. He pours for them in the order the evening ledger planned. First the far drover who will take the angle along the slope, then the cloth seller whose animals share her thread and coin, then the man who sings into the wind to keep his own pace honest. No voice rises. Morning is a useful quiet. He marks the cord each time, sliding knots apart with a pinch and a pull so they sit like beads with room to be read. The cook's first tea carries no sugar and wakes the mouth. He drinks the quick cup left on the mat by his rug, sets it down exactly where it was, and keeps his spot by the well. He weighs nothing yet, only water in bowls and the first measure of dates, for 3 young camels who learned yesterday's heat. The knife takes a shaving from the salt cat for beasts, tongues grateful, seek it with care. With light at the horizon, he opens the bundle of cords and ropes set aside for departures. The long line for keeping order on the move runs through his hands arm's length by arm's length while he checks for roughness grown overnight. He finds none. The belly ropes, loosened last evening, take their day firmness again, one finger of kindness beneath, no more. He tucks felt squares under edges that will see the most persuasion. He adjusts the position of a pot handle so it cannot entertain ideas about knocking. Coins appear wrapped in cloth corners. The scale enjoys the cool. He balances to small transactions left in a pouch from the night, a handful of copper for a cloth strip, a thin silver for a skin repair. The pans settle to level and prove both sides patient enough to accept the bean's word. He scratches a line and a symbol under each name, then closes the coin section with his small mark that means closed clean. Now, the salt bales. Leather jackets catch first light and answer with a soft, matte glow. He checks corners with his thumb. The rounded edges he eased yesterday still hold their courtesy. He sets the first bale on the measure not for pay, this weighing is for road sense. The bean rises, hesitates, and rests where it ought to. He sets the bale back on its mat, inboard position, forward on the beast with the most even gait. He writes a tiny dot beside the weight to remind himself the bale has traveled to a new back. The ledger gets its sunrise line. He writes slowly, dawn, skins filled by halves, animals watered by need, loads checked, corners eased, rope good, wind light from east. He adds a final word. Depart, and a small arrow he has used since he was an apprentice assigned to the eyes. Not the tongue. He walks the string with the long rope in hand, smoothing it along hair, and load the way a tailor smooths cloth along a seam. Each drover meets his glance with the agreement that matters. A chin low for ready, a lift for a moment, a nose touch for this one needs a word. He gives the word. He checks a strap, tests a buckle, readies a knot where fingers got hasty. The boy who fell asleep on a coil last night now stands at the rear, more awake than he looks, holding his place as if born to it. The last buckets go back to the well. He draws water for the road jar, ceramic, thick, wrapped in a net of cord so it rides without speaking. A square of damp cloth over the mouth keeps dust from learning to drink. He takes 3 sips himself, no more, and lets the cool sit behind his tongue. He rinses the ration bowl and tips the last spoon into the roots of the tamarisk for luck, which in this place means gratitude made simple. He coils the tally cord and reads it one more time with his thumb. Knots for people, figure 8s for beasts, barley knots for salt. The little stop mark he hid last night comes loose and lives again in the middle of the coil. The cord slides into his belt. The ledger closes with its leather wrap and tie. He taps the spine with his knuckle habit and slips the book under his arm. Departure gathers without a shout. The led camel stands at a murmur, the line behind answers. Pads take hold of packed sand and give it back without fuss. The first bells wake their small tin voices. The quartermaster raises his hand to fingers up and the pace declares itself modest. A last glance at the well shows rope hung neat, bucket on its side, no water standing where it could begin, the kind of trouble wells do not deserve. They move. He keeps his place at the flank where rope and road share his eye. The camp shrinks behind them into a memory made of palms and a basin ring. He checks the first 100 steps, the first rise and its shadow, the way loads breathe with the first effort. Everything answers within the line he expected. He lets breath go all the way out then draws in until ribs find their comfortable limit, the way he does when the work begins right. The morning cool lasts longer than yesterday. He adjusts nothing for a while. The dessert shows its nearly invisible stripes where early wind wrote with a fine hand. He sets the line on the friendliest band. Ahead, the pale low swale that keeps water under sand points them gently toward a day that will be bearable. At the hour he keeps without a clock, he takes up a ledger while walking and writes 3 words he likes to see at the start of a long leg. Pace, even observed. He adds the small sign that means water next when shade reaches staff, which the drovers understand as well as they understand stop said softly. He slides the reed pen back into its case and lets the book rest against his ribs again. The tie sits neat, the knot waits where fingers can knead it without looking. He thinks, as men do when tasks run smooth, of the city where he will turn counts into coin and bales into numbers on someone else's page. He pictures doors opening to short knocks, lids lifted, and neat ash lime scattered with a wooden scoop. He has not seen that work up close. He only knows its rhythm from markets and the smell that rides boats. Still, his mind sets its pace beside theirs as if roads were ropes tied to one another at the good knots. Before heat becomes a matter to argue with, he calls a brief halt by the shade of a low ridge. Half measures again quick, and then a hand on the rope to bring the line back to its gentle motion. The day has found the groove it wants. He keeps it. By mid-morning, the palms are a small thread behind them. Sand ahead shows its quiet confidence, the useful kind, not the foolish kind. He reaches for the tally cord to be sure the stop mark still sits where it should. It does. He pats it like a pocket with a coin he trusts. He will spend the rest of the day doing what his work always asks, listening to leather, letting rope teach him when it's ready to be turned, reading shadows for the next shade, counting knots that look like nothing and are everything. Tonight, he will set the ledger on another patch of earth, pour another small cap for roots, and write the line that tells the day it was seen. For now, the caravan goes forward without complaint. The well has its quiet again. The tamarisk keeps its own count. The quartermaster walks his patient sons into the length of the road and makes a map no sand will keep, but every thirsty mouth will feel. And as the dessert begins to warm, we set our feet on boards that smell of cedar and river water, and follow a crew who wake before sunrise to lift lidded buckets, dust with line, and send a city's labor downstream to fields that will answer with green. The city is still mostly asleep when the canal shows its first pale silver. Roof tiles hold a soft chill. Paper doors keep their square glow low and kind. Down by the mooring post, a shallow workboat waits. Boards rub smooth by years of dawns just like this one. The deck smells of damp cedar and a trace of river reeds. 3 workers arrive without fuss. They wear quilted cotton jackets tied close, narrow trousers bound at the calf, and straw sandals that whisper on the planks. A cloth is wrapped over hair and ears against the cool. Their tools look ordinary and well taught. Shoulder yokes cut from light wood with a little spring in the grain, round cedar buckets banded with bamboo, snub lids that turn and lock with a small press, a wooden scoop for ash lime, a handbell and a short clapper, a ledger bound in blue paper, a coin pouch tied with braided cord. They start with quiet checks. Each bucket gets a palm along the rim to feel for swell or warp. Lids try their seats and answer with a good fit. A loop of hemp cord is tested for give where it will ride the yoke hook. The youngest shakes a handful of rice husk ash into the scoop, mixes in a measure of line, and pets the surface flat with the back of his hand. He knows the mixture will be sprinkled lightly as they go to keep things dry and mild. In a work like this, the powder is not perfume. It is a small science learned by bodies, not books. The barge holds a short ladder laid lengthwise to keep rows straight. Buckets settle into files, lids turned so the little painted marks all face the same way. A straw mat lies ready to draw over the load when they move. The boatman takes a broom of bound twigs and walks the deck with it, sweeping a soft line toward the scupper. He leaves a scatter of clean sawdust near the bow to keep footing sure if hands grow damp. They warm their fingers around tea poured from a squat iron pot. The taste is green and simple, a first pour that wakes without sugar. One man opens the ledger and writes one line with a brush dipped lightly. Moon day, tide falling. First round north bank. He tucks the brush into its bamboo case and ties the book closed with a practiced twist. Street sounds are still shy. Somewhere a rice seller coughs into his sleeve, a bush warbler tries a note and then tries it again. The boatman nudges the stern with the pole and the craft loosens from the bank, water folds back. Without argument, the oar set on a pin finds its rhythm the way a loom finds its thread. Pull, breathe, glide. They moor at a landing stone where steps lift toward narrow lanes. Two workers shoulder their yokes, each with an empty bucket at either end. The third takes the clapper and the ash scoop in a basket, along with 5 fresh lids in case a house wants a swap. They walk in a line that knows the turns. Straw sandals find the parts of the lane that stay dry. A lantern on a short pole rides with them, its paper shade painted with the characters that say whose route this is. At the first gate they give the clapper a polite tap one, then 2 quick and wait a breath. A small slide opens in the wood. A steward's face appears, hair tied neatly, sleeves already looped up. Greetings are short and courteous. The worker sets a clean bucket just inside, trades it for the brimming one waiting by the inner step, and dusts the rim with a light veil of ash lime. The lid turns and locks with a pressure that feels right and is never forced. The steward passes 2 copper coins wrapped in paper. They disappear into the pouch without counting here, counting waits for shade and a page. The ledger receives a tiny brush mark only the team understands. House noted, exchange made, payment pledged. They move on. Lane by lane, gate by gate, the same steadiness. The routine has its own comfort. Tap, greet, lift, dust, seal, mark. Cedar staves carry a cool damp through the wood. The shoulder takes the weight and gives it to the hips. The yoke is set so the downhill bucket rides an inch lower than the uphill one. This keeps the walk even and saves joints. When the path narrows to 2 planks over a drainage run, feet cross one at a time because boards and bodies like that better. Not every household pays with coins. A few hand over small tokens, wooden slats cut with a crest, dyed string in a pattern that matches a ledger marks settlement to be made on the 5th day. This is common. Farmers, who will collect downstream, have standing agreements with parts of the neighborhood, and the crew knows which lanes belong to which contracts. The man with the book adds a second mark for these, a tiny loop beside the line that will tell his wrist to put the right row of buckets on the right side of the barge later. At a tea house, The mistress meets them herself, sleeves folded back, hairpins quiet. Her staff set out 2 lids to trade for ones with newer bands. She asks, softly, for an extra sprinkle of ash today. The crew nod, tip the scoop with the grace of a serving spoon, and leave things as tidy as they found them. They step 3 paces back, bow a hand's width, and move on. The tea house gives no coins now. It will send a boy to the canal later with hot water and a paper twist of sweets. City manners have their own ledgers. Between stops, they walk the edge where paving meets hard-packed earth. They speak little. A rope end is retied with fingers that never hurry. A folded cloth wipes a bit of dew where a lid kissed a step. The lantern's flame makes a bead of light on the yoke's shoulder curve. In the distance, a bell marks the temple hour with a long, kind sound that does not complain about fog or cold. Back at the landing, the boat receives what the lanes have given. Buckets settle in the forward row, each lid's painted mark faces outward so the farmer can see which contract is which. The boatman places a short wedge of wood under each to keep nothing moving as the craft shifts. He draws the straw mat over the first file and sets crosspieces on pegs so air can pass, and the load stays calm. A boy apprenticed this season takes the broom again and draws sawdust into a thin path toward the scupper, just in case. He does not waste motion. He has been shown that every sweep done now means one less later when the tide is full and people want their breakfasts. They go out again for the second cluster. Don is thinking about color. Paper doors slide in a few houses. A sleepy figure in a cotton robe steps to a threshold and nods, then steps back. Steam slips from a pot lid somewhere and carries the green note of tea. A stray dog decides not to comment on the clapper and curls around its own paws. The crew's sandals place the same story into the dust, one step at a time. At a merchant's compound, a carpenter is already at work, shaping cedar with a plane that sings a little. He looks up, recognizes the crew, and exchanges a quick favor, a fresh bamboo band for a bucket that showed a crack, in trade for a small jar of ash he needs for a project. The quarter mark for barter goes next to the house in the ledger, because the farmer's tally later should know how many coins and how many exchanges made the morning whole. A note here about the habit itself, to some ears listening from far away and later years, this collection seems odd. In Edo, it was common sense. Fields near the city grew good crops in part because boats like this carried what the city offered back upstream. Agreements were neat, routes regular, and crews like this one kept the corners clean. If a lid was tight, a path was swept, a bucket swapped for a sounder one. The day felt more decent to every one household, farmer, river, and lane. They fill the boat's second row. The ledgerman taps the page dry by the lantern frame and blows gently across the ink. He looks at the marks and sees a map of the morning without needing a separate chart. Which lanes are done, which tokens stand in for coins, which lids need rebanding this afternoon under the eaves. He ties the brush case closed and sets the book on a little wood block to keep it away from damp. The oar goes to work again, slow and even. The boat noses toward a wider reach where another canal joins. A farmer's punt waits under a willow, stacked with wicker baskets for leafy greens that will later come back to these lanes in season. He raises his pole in greeting. The boatman answers with the smallest lift of his palm. The crew will pull alongside, range rows to match contracts, lift by the yoke hooks, and record the exchange with 2 marks and a nod. They will scatter a last thin veil of ash line and lay the straw mat back with care. The farmer will pass a bundle wrapped in vegetable leaves, turnip tops, perhaps, or early greens, payment in kind promised ahead of harvest. And the city, still barely awake, will have taken a first, quiet step toward its day. For now the water holds its steady face. The barge breathes against a pole, the ledger rests under its blue paper, and the workers, who have not said much, look at one another with that light in the eyes that means, round one went well. The farmer's punt drifts from the willow's shade with a small sigh of water. He wears a padded jacket with the sleeves tied back and a straw hat that keeps dawn off his eyes. Baskets are stacked by size in the bow. Each has a tag woven into the rim that shows his village mark in reed. His pole end is shod with iron and makes a soft tick on the stones as he holds position. The boatman brings the workboat alongside at an angle that spares both hulls. A rope loop slips over the willow post. The crews greet without ceremony. They have seen each other 3 mornings a week for years. One worker lifts the straw mat. Lids stare like neat coins. Painted marks house crests and lane signs face outward so the farmer can read the morning at a glance. The ledgerman opens the blue book and turns it sideways. This is his Canal page. Columns are ruled by habit more than ink. He sets a pebble on the corner to keep the paper down. He places the brush between his fingers in a grip soft as a reed. The farmer lays a tally stick across his knee, short notches for coin, long for barter, a notch with a dot beside it for token now, payment later. The exchange is its own choreography. 2 workers lift by the yoke hooks, knees bent, backs straight. The farmer's boy swings a basket to the plank laid between boats. A lid is checked for bite. A veil of ash lime is patted thin as paper along the seam. A bucket travels to the farmer's boat and sits in the row marked with that lanes contract. The ledger receives 1 small character. The farmer's stick receives a nick. The boatman hums a 2-note phrase that keeps arms in rhythm and minds unhurried. Tokens come out where coins do not. Little cedar slips with household's marks. A string with dyed knots that match a corner of the ledger page. The ledgerman adds the loop he uses for tokens beside those names. Not a warning. Only a reminder of where a boy will walk later with a coin pouch when the bathhouse opens and change comes more easily. A tea seller's small skiff noses near, brisk and friendly. She pours hot water from a gourd into 3 cups and sets a folded paper twist of sweets on the workboat's deck. She will take a bucket as barter for her uncle's vegetable patch on the outer bank. The ledger learns a tiny square mark beside her name. The ash scoop returns to its basket after 1 courteous shake. When the last bucket of the first row settles into the farmer's boat, the workboat feels light at the bow. The boatman answers with the pole, easing weight back with a small push. He lays the straw mat again over the emptier space, not too high, but to keep surfaces quiet. The farmer nods at the tally. The ledgerman shows the page briefly. 2 worlds agree without anyone saying proof. They push off. The willow combs the air with its leaves. The punt slides away upstream to the market landing where fields begin. It will meet another crew at a second bend, and then a third. What seems like 1 morning's work is part of a longer braid, city to field, field to market, market to street, and back again. The crew turns into a side reach. The oar's pin creaks once, and then comes under drop of oil from a bamboo vial. The boatman folds the rag and tucks it under the thwart. They moor at the second landing stone. Lanes here are narrower, lined with plaster that shows the brush strokes from last year's whitewash. A cat leaps from a barrel and finds higher ground, uninterested in the clapper. Up the steps. The clapper taps one, then two quick. A sliding panel answers with a sigh. An old man in a sleeveless jacket has the buckets ready by the threshold. His house keeps a small saucer of salt by the door. Today it holds a single ewe. He presses 2 coppers into the worker's palm and, after the exchange, adds the ewe with a nod toward the boat. The ledger will call that barter. The crew will call it kindness. Ashline dusts the wrin. The lid turns. The yoke takes weight. Sandals make their quiet agreement with wood. At the bathhouse corner, Steam is already thinking. The keeper bows from the side door, sleeves tied up. He asked for 2 extra lids. Bands on his older ones have learned to slacken at the seam. The crew always carries spares. Lids swap places like hats after rain. The ledger man makes a note with the character he uses for trade and adds a dot that means bands later. Under a wide eave near a cooper's shop, they take a short pause for small repairs. The cooper, already planing shavings from cedar, lets them dip 3 bamboo bands in his soaking tub. Bamboo softens in water, learns to bend, remembers round. The youngest worker presses a band over lid's groove and taps it home with a wooden mallet. The sound is a soft tock-tock of good fit. A smear of rice paste at the lap and keeps the strip faithful until it dries. Cedar staves swell with moisture and seal themselves. This is the quiet physics the city trusts. A bucket rim has a thin raise where a stave tried to speak. The older worker kisses it down with a plane that shaves a curl fine as a hair. He wipes the lip with a damp cloth and dusts a breath of ash along it so the seam will stay good until the afternoon sun bakes everything into place. Tools go back into their basket with their handles turned the same way. No one has to reach blind to find a mouthful of mallet. They make the second loop through the lanes. The city is opening its eyes. A fish seller chants a line that rhymes with river and knife. A woodman shoulders bundles of kindling. 2 children in short coats and bare feet count sandals by pairs outside a door while their mother ties their sleeves. The crew treads the tender space between sleep and morning, present but unspectacular, precise but never hurried. Payment differs by house. Coins and paper. A string through 3 coppers wrapped twice. Once, a handful of millet in a cloth pouch that smells of chest. The ledger learns them, all with their small marks. The brush rarely leaves a blot. The man who writes turns the page slightly with the heel of his hand to keep ink flowing with the grain rather than across it. Lids and lime keep the lanes friendly. Ashland travels from the scoop to the bucket slip like flour to a board. The veil is thin. The potter wins on dryness, not force. A clean handful reserved for accidents lives in a second jar. The youngest knows where it sits without looking. He shakes a little near any spot where dampness has thoughts. The lane keeps its feet. At a corner shrine, a housewife leaves a pinch of rice and 2 fresh leaves. She moves aside so the crew can angle their yokes without clipping the step. She thanks them with a nod that is older than coins. They do not bow deeply, load and balance asked for straight backs, but they drop their chins in the greeting that says, "We see you and your gate." Mid-morning makes paper doors bright. A street seller balances trays of sweet dumplings. The scent of soy and sugar travels within. He calls an offer, the crew declines with smiles. Work first, sweets later. The ledger man makes a tiny circle beside the tea house's line. It means boy came with hot water. He will add to copper marks at the boat when his hands are dry. Back at the landing stone, the second barge exchange goes faster than the first. Everyone has the rhythm now. The farmer's boy ranges buckets by contract row. The crew keeps lid marks facing him so the downstream ledger needs no debate. The farmer passes a bundle of greens bound with straw, young komatsuna wrapped in large leaves. The boatman sets it into the crew's basket and draws an ash line on the plank to mark the edge between clean and work spaces. Little borders like this keep elbows honest when tired. Between runs, the youngest wipes the yoke shoulders with a damp cloth, then with a dry one. Sweat salt leaves wood thirsty, a quick drink of water keeps it from cracking. He checks the hemp loops at the yoke hooks and rubs them with a touch of oil from a tiny gourd, then turns each loop so wear does not live in one place. These are small preservations. They keep noon from turning into repairs better done in shade. They push into a different arm of the canal where willows bow and carp rings widen under the surface. The boat slides near a set of steps with carved numbers at the edge, marks for flood and drought. Today the water sits at a polite level, neither boasting nor begging. A city worker in indigo checks the notch with a stick and writes on a slate. He nods. The ledger man nods back. To quiet clerks, to different pages. One morning, in the third cluster of lanes, a gate opens to a courtyard where a gardener tends dwarf pines. He has set a clean board by the threshold so buckets will not stuff stone. He pays with a small packet of pine needles for the ash jar, sweetens the dry smell, he says with a smile, and to coppers. The ledger receives 3 marks barter coin and board set. That last mark is his own invention, used only to remind himself to reuse the idea at houses with soft thresholds. A boy from the bathhouse returns with the promised hot water and sweets from earlier. The crew rests the yokes on a low trestle and drinks. The sweets are soft inside, a puff of sweet bean, the outside bronze and brushed with soy. The workers eat standing, bodies straight to keep the day in its line. The ledger lies closed under the lantern for a minute to enjoy the steam. They start the final pass for this round. Lids changed at 2 houses. A hoop mended at 1. A new bucket delivered to a lane where the old one lost patience in last week's heat. Coins counted into the pouch by touched ends in one sleeve, 5s in the other until shade allows the brush to speak again. The brush will speak next to the canal when the boat turns for the downstream run. A short note belongs here about habit and health. In these years, separating clean water from waste was not spoken of in the same words some cities use now, but this crew's caretight lids, quick dusting, tidied puffs was real protection. Farmers downstream valued what boats carried, households valued crews who treated thresholds, as though thresholds mattered. It was a consystem. It conserved, arranged, and returned. They reached the landing with the boat near full again. The straw mat covers the rows, cross pieces settle. The oar takes the pin. The boat turns its face to the wider water. The farmer's punt appears from the bend like a sentence returning to its subject. The willow shakes a handful of leaves into the canal as if to bless the exchange. The ledgerman sets the blue book on his knee, uncaps the brush, and totals the morning. Coins against tokens. Lids swapped. Band set to dry. Hoops promised at dusk. He dots the corner that means round to complete. The dot looks like nothing. It is the exact center of the morning. They will ride the slow drift toward the junction, lift by hooks, not at rows, and trade the city's pledge for the field's future green. Then they will turn back for the last cluster before breakfast smoke lies over the water. For now the oar dips. The hull breathes. The ledger rests under a palm. And the crew leans a fraction, all at once, as the boat slides into the wider current that carries their work toward quiet farms. Downstream widens into work water. Banks slope low. Willow roots drink at the edge. A footbridge leans a shadow across the canal like a ribbon. Swallows stitch the air under its beam, quick and silent, their nests tucked in little clay cups where wood meets stone. The farmer's punt wakes at a shared landing of dressed blocks. Beside it, a second flatboat, older and broader, rides a hand lower. Baskets and tubs stand ready in rows. A reed screen lifts the sun off the working space. A boy has swept the stone with a cedar broom. Wet grains shine like tiny scales. The exchange is calm and practiced. The crew eases the work boat alongside. The rope loop meets the ring with the right amount of give. One worker lifts a lid to check the band and sets it cocked a finger for air. Another lays a strip of clean cloth on the landing so nothing tips grit into the rims. The farmer's man lifts by the yoke hook, the worker steadies the base, the bucket goes to a marked square on the broad boat. Lids are turned so painted crests still face outward. The ledger opens. The brush writes a small character for each lift. The farmer's tally stick grows notches that feel like beads to his thumb. Payment here is a mix of coin, token, and promise kept. The farmer passes a packet of early greens wrapped in damp leaf for the crew's basket. He adds to short strings of copper for lanes that pay in money not barter. For households where tokens serve for now, he sets the carved slips into a shallow tray and counts them against the ledger's loops. The bundle of slips will return upstream with the crew. A boy will walk them to gates when cash moves easier, often after breakfast when shops open. The page receives a quiet circle for token handover done. A small aside belongs in this hour. In Edo, farmers often kept contracts with city lanes. Crews like this one held the middle of the bridge, tidy collection, careful carriage, correct rows. Ash lime on rims and lids kept the work dry and mannerly. Farmers valued the order because it meant fields fed good, and neighbors did not quarrel at market over careless crews. The canal made these agreements smooth. Rows empty, rows fill. The broad boat receives the last bucket in its forward line. The farmer secures cross pieces to keep shifting out of mind. He draws a reed screen farther over the load and ties it at two corners. His boy glances to the swallows once and goes back to his rope. The crew lowers their straw mat, wipes the plank they worked across, and rinses hands in a bowl set on the stone. Water runs small and clear back to the canal. Now the washing. Midday is not here, but the crew likes to set the brush and bucket lips right before the third loop. They moor under the bridge where shade keeps arms easy. A smaller tub is brought from the locker, clean tub, marked only for wash. One worker tips water from a ladle over brush bristles. Another slides a soft hemp cloth around the band grooves to catch grit. The youngest uses a thin bamboo spatula to lift anything that thought to live in a scene. Movements are slow, like the last strokes in calligraphy that finish a character without splash. Brush tear has its own little ceremony. The reed brush used for the ledger is rinsed in clear water, heel to tip, then pinched back to a neat point. It sits upright in a small gourd stand to dry, out of sun. A second brush, the rough one for marking lids, gets a rinse and a shake. The blue ledger dries on the boatman's knee while he watches the swallows loop. The page corners are stroked flat with the side of a thumb. The oar goes to work again. The canal turns back toward the wards, now fully awake. Smoke rises thin from cook fires. A pestle thuds a slow rhythm in a mortar somewhere behind a gate. Wooden hammers beat cloth on a plank by a dye shop. The beats match to a hum tune. The crew's sandals find their lanes between bucket and door as if drawn on the ground. Third route. Lids to swap at two houses flag in the morning. Bands are dry by now. The cooper's soaked hoops have tightened as cedar swelled. Lids seat with that friendly talk that means a groove, and band have married well. Ashline takes its thin veil and hides itself. The ledger learns a small tick in the margin, band set, so afternoon will not carry the memory alone. Coins come easier now. Shops have opened shutters. The sweetest copper tings against the pan of the brass scale someone has brought out for a separate trade. The crew's coin pouch receives its strings with a practiced rap. Tens over the hand, fives under, singles nested in a fold. Counting will wait for shade. For now the ledger officer makes the brief brush mark he uses for paid. Under an eave, the youngest sets a yoke across to wooden pegs, the resting height that keeps shoulders honest. He rubs the hooked loops with one breath of oil from the tiny gourd and turns each loop a quarter. Turn, hemp sighs. Wood thanks him by staying quiet. Along the canal bank, market boats pass with baskets of greens rinsed bright. The tea seller from earlier waves the dipper of hot water. She has already traded a bucket along the outer bank and will visit another lane on her way home. The crew raises palms in thanks for their earlier sweets. She laughs and rows, the oar making a soft thump against the pin. They step into a lane where paper doors shine even in daylight. A print shop sits there, sheets hang like quiet flags from a line. The printer nods from behind his block. He keeps the crew's path clear with two stones set as a guide at his threshold, the ledger mark. For board set appears here too. Small protections travel as habits between houses. By the canal again, they pause under a bridge for the tally. Swallows spin. Shadows ripple. The ledger opens to its coin page. The brush rests while fingers count strings by touch. 10 copper strings move to the left palm, 5 copper strings to the right. Singles are stacked like little tiles on the plank. Tokens are arranged in a row by crest. The brush wakes. He writes the coin total in a column that has seen many mornings. He writes the token count beside, adds them in his head, and dots the line he likes to dot when both columns tell the same story as the boat. He flips to the repair page. 2 lids changed, bands reset, 1 hoop promised to the bathhouse, 1 bamboo loop turned on a yoke hook. He writes ash good, line enough for one round, and sets a mark beside the lime jar in the basket so the afternoon refill does not forget itself. He dries the brush on a strip of cloth and pinches the point true again. A city worker in indigo pauses on the bank, rolling a wheel counter that clicks softly and leaves a faint groove. He lifts his slate and notes the water line against the bridge stone. The crew nods to him. 2 kinds of tally, 2 pages, 1 canal. The third loop through the lanes runs smoother than the second. Feet no corners. Arms no heights. A child points at the lantern characters and reads them out loud, proud to match sound to brush. The mother smiles into her sleeve and thanks the crew without words by moving her sandals so the yoke will not clip. At a tiny shrine tucked into a wall, the youngest places a single grain of salt from the housekeeping pouch and bows just enough to move the knot on his headcloth. He does this on mornings that feel steady. He has never said this out loud. No one asks. The last clusters bring small extras. A household sends a sheet of thin paper fanned and folded to wrap a brush later. Another offers a twist of orange peel dried for the ash jar. The ledger learns them as barter marks. The crew accepts them as pieces of the city's thank you. They reach the landing for the final downstream delivery of the round. The willow shades the stone in a pattern like fish scales. The farmer's boy has returned with the broader boat, lighter now. Baskets ride where buckets rode in the morning. He helps lift. Lids show their marks to match contracts. The reed screen tilts to shade what needs shade. The ledger and the tally stick touch edges one last time for this pass. To quiet clerks share a glance that says, our numbers agree. Under the bridge they wash hands again. The enamel bowl rings a bright, tiny sound when set down. The brush gets its rinse. The blue paper dries. The coin strings sit in neat stacks like a small fence on the plank. Swallows sweep low and right. Their own quick script, then tucked back into clay cups that have held their stories for seasons. They will make one more upstream circuit as the sun lifts. Lids will swap where heat asks too much of a band. The ash scoop will pour its last thin veil. Coins and tokens will close tallies. The book will tie with its twist. The oar will set a last stroke toward the mooring, where a simple meal and a brief rest wait. For now the canal holds the hull the way a palm holds a bowl. The bridge shares its shade. The ledger gives back a gentle wake to the knee. And the crew, whose work is made of small exact things, rides the current a little while before the next lane asks for their careful feet. Late morning arrives softly. Light sits higher on plaster walls. Paper doors glow like pale rice. Smoke flattens, then lifts, then forgets itself above the roofs. The boat noses into a side slip where merchants keep things that like to stay dry, basket sacks, and a shed full of white powder with a sign that smells faintly of shell and fire. They have come to refill ash and lime. The shed keeper knows their step. He wears indigo with sleeves knotted up and keeps a damp cloth near his nose to please his lungs. He tips his hat and pulls a wooden lid from a barrel. Lime shows itself as a fine, quiet hue. A second lid opens over rice husk ash gray, soft, light as breath. The youngest spreads a mat on the deck so no grain of powder cleans the cracks. A scoop moves in smooth arcs, one measure of ash to one of lime, tipped into the big jar until it is a hill with room to settle. He pats the surface with the back of his hand to calm it. The lid closes with a twist and a push. The ledger learns to small marks, one for each material, a third for paid later, because the shed keeper trades for a bucket at dusk when his cousin's garden asks. They push off. The oar kisses its pen. A breeze finds the water and writes small rains that drift under the hull, then leave no trace. The crew eases toward the ward where tea houses breathe steam and bathhouses release their first guests. The clapper does not speak here. They are expected. At the first tea house, the mistress waits in the side lane, sleeves rolled and hair neat, with lids stacked on a board. Two bands are tired. The Cooper's soaked hoops from the morning now sit firm. A worker sets the new bands with the Malay soft tok-tok. The sound is tender and sure. He dusts a little ash lime along the lip, lifts a clean bucket into place, slides the old one out with both hands, and turns the lid until the painted mark points right. Payment is simple today, coins folded into paper with a brush stroke on top. The ledger takes a straight line with a dot that means bands replaced on site. The mistress hands over a small saucer of sweets. For your boatman, she says. They will share. 2 streets along the bathhouse door breathe cedar and hot stone. The keeper bows from the threshold. He points with his chin to the side where lids wait for swap. He has put down a board along the step so shoes and wood do not quarrel. The crew moves like ink that knows the page. Lift, turn, dust, set, bow. The keeper presses the promised coins into the pouch and adds a bundle of clean rags for wiping bands. The ledger receives a little square, he says, for house gave cloth. Gifts like these often mean fewer repairs in the next round. Cloth holds a knot's mind. They enter lanes now wide awake. A vegetable seller calls greens by their tender names. A boy chases a hoop. A seamstress lifts a length of cotton and tests its fall with a wrist. Feet give way. Gates open an arm's breadth and close with shy care. The crew's sandals make their soft, deliberate grammar on boards and packed earth, as slime works in a light veil, not a storm. The youngest has learned to move the scoop as if salting fish thin, even, never proud. Where a rim gleams, he passes the scoop's mouth and lets the powder land without noise. Where a drop dared earlier, he gives a careful shake and a breath of rice husk alone. The jar's lid opens and shuts with the same small turn each time, so hands always know where to meet it. At a print shop corner, the printer steps back from his block to give the yolks a clean path. Thin sheets hang like quiet flags from cords. He nods to the lantern's characters, then to the ledger. His apprentice, a girl with ink on her knuckles, holds the door with a stick so the yolks do not nip the frame. The ledger mark for board set appears again, the tiny courtesy that keeps thresholds friendly. At the canal once more, a farmer waits with the broad boat half empty. They exchange what belongs to fields, row by row, marks facing marks. The farmer's boy wipes each lid's groove with a narrow strip of cloth dipped in clean water. He learned this from his grandfather. Cedar swells and remembers round, a wet cloth simply reminds it. The ledger takes its canal page and runs a short tally. Tokens matched, coins balanced, barter counted, greens for the boat, cloth from the bathhouse, 2 lids promised, 1 hoop in the afternoon. They push into a shallow bay under willow for wash down before noon. The boatman draws 2 buckets of clean canal water and tips them across the deck. A broom of bound twigs walks the planks, pulling damp toward the scupper. The strokes are long and patient. The youngest kneels with a hemp cloth and runs the edge along then grooves to tease out grit. The older worker lifts each yoke to the trestle and rubs the shoulder curves with a damp cloth, then a dry one, then a breath of oil from the tiny gourd. Wood breathes, then thanks him with a low, unspoken glow. Tools that live by shoulders deserve this close kindness. Brush care comes next. The reed brush for the ledger is rinsed in clear water, heel to tip, and pinched back to an honest point. It goes into its gourd stand, upright, in shade. The rough brush for lid marks gets the same rinse and a brief shake. The blue ledger paper dries flat on the boatman's knee. He strokes the corners with the side of his thumb so they will not curl. He ties the cord around the book with the simple twist that always cooperates in wind. The coin count happens under a bridge where swallows have stitched their clay cups. The crew sets a short board across two thwarts to serve as a table. Coin strings divide, tens to the left palm, fives to the right, singles into stacks like little square fences. Tokens line up by crust. The brush moves, totals by lane, by contract, by barter. The farmers tallies, and their own numbers agree again. The dot that means count clear lands in the margin. Quiet relief feels like a cooler breath on the wrist. They make the last upstream loop lighter now. A mug maker waves them through with a handle between his teeth and a brush in his hand. In one lane, a grandmother sets down a low stool so a yoke can rest without bending. In another, a dog takes a nap in the exact center of the path. The crew takes the edges without comment, and the dog keeps its dream. At the final stop of the round, a noodle shop near a small bridge, the owner meets them with two bowls and a shy apology for paying the coin short by 1 copper. He adds a paper-up handful of dried fish instead. The ledger learns the barter mark, and a tiny curve for settled with food. Such lines keep tempers quiet up the next market talk. The scoop gives a last veil of ash line. A fresh lid seats with a friendly talk. They return to the mooring. The boat sits an inch higher than at dawn and looks somehow cleaner than a work craft should at this hour. The boatman lays a plank to the stones and brings the broom back to the bow for a final pass. The youngest lifts the mats and beats them lightly downwind, then shakes up the cloth used for grooves and sets it to dry on the rail. The older worker checks the oar pin, touches it with oil, and turns it with a thumb until it answers smoothly. On the back, the ledger opens to the day page. The brush writes gently. Rounds completed, lids changed, bands set, ash and lime refilled, wash down done. He adds the quiet line he likes best, puffs kept tidy. He blows once across the page and ties the book closed. The knot sits like a small, neat thought. They share the tea house sweets and a corner of the noodle shop's gift. The boatman pours tea from the squat iron pot. The first cup has no sugar, the second does. Someone laughs once softly, at nothing much. The sound finds the water and lies there without ripple. Tools return to their precise addresses. Yokes hang on pegs, hooks turned inward. The scoop's handle faces left, as it always does, so the same hand finds it first. The ash-line jar sleeps under its lid, the surface patted flat one last time. The broom stand's bristles up. The oar rests with its pin wrapped in cloth to keep grit away. The coin pouch is tied and tucked above the ledger under the thwart, out of sun and splash. The city around them has moved on to noon. A peddler calls pickles. A boy chases his own shadow. A carp rises, and remembers how to fall. The crew sits for a minute longer than they need and lets their breathing match the canal's small lift. There will be an afternoon errand to Hoops to deliver, a visit to the lime shed for payment by bucket, lids to dry in the shade under Cooper's eave. Then the boat will take its place against the post again, rope loop snug, lantern hung in case clouds think of evening. But that belongs to the next, quieter chapter of the same day. Afternoon drifts in with a paler light and longer pauses. Roof tiles have warmed and begun to cool again. The canal's surface loses its tiny shivers and looks like silk laid flat. The crew eases away from the mooring for small errands, repairs promised, trades to finish, lids to dry in a good sheet. Under the Cooper's wide eaves, cedar curls lie like soft ribbons on the floor. A soaking tub darkens the staves that wait their turn. The Cooper lifts 2 hoops from the water with a bamboo fork. They bend easily and remember round. A worker sets a lid in the cradle and coaxes the hoop home with the Malay's come talk. Rice paste kisses the lap. The seam lies flat and honest. The lid is set on a rack where air can pass, vans aligned, marks facing outward so the right households will meet them again. The second lid asks for a quiet plain stroke along its lip. A curl rises, thin as onion skin. The worker smooths the edge with a damp cloth, dusts a breath of ash along the rim, and lays the lid beside the first. Overhead, swallows tick and turn. Their clay cups have learned this rhythm and keep it. Next stop is the lime shed. The keeper greets them with sleeves tied and a cloth at his neck. The ledger held a promise, payment by bucket at day's end. One worker lifts the lid of a clean vessel. The shed keeper looks, nods, and draws the tally in charcoal on his board, simple cross lines, then a short slash to close the count. The crew adds a brush mark to their page, a tiny square the size of a grain of rice, and the day's exchange becomes memory with weight. They turn toward the outer bank, where small gardens press green against the water. A farmer waits in a punt woven tight, a wicker basket of greens by his knee. He takes 2 buckets on token, 1 on coin, and hands a bundle bound with straw across the plank. Mizuna and young radish leaves wrapped in larger leaves damp from the well. The ledger learns 3 marks, token, coin, barter, and the brush lays its dot for agreed. No one speaks of debt. The page carries the understanding to morning without fuss. Heat softens to kind. The crew returns to lanes once more, not to carry, but to deliver lids at just bands, and leave thresholds better than they were. At the tea house, the mistress receives 2 lids with new hoops. She lifts one, tests the bite, and smiles with only her eyes. Sweet steam wanders from a back room. She passes a paper-wrapped cake to the youngest with a nod toward the boat. For the pole man, she says again, and he will share. At the bathhouse, the keeper has set a board across the step so yolks will not scuff the stone. A fresh rag hangs on a peg where the crew can reach it. The ledger learns a tiny curve for house assisted, a mark the writer uses as a reminder to thank them later with an extra care. Courtesy travels in small directions, like water finding an easy path around a stone. By mid-afternoon, their promises are kept. They head for the willow shade to wash and put the boat in order. The boatman draws clean canal water into steady buckets and tips it along the deck. The bound twig broom walks the planks. The strokes are long and even, pushing damp toward the scupper. A soft scrub brush follows the grooves where Grit likes to learn addresses. The youngest kneels by the straw mats, shakes them downwind, then props them on the rail to dry, edges straight, ties tucked. Yokes receive their small kindness. Each rests on a trestle. A damp cloth wipes salt from the shoulder curves, then a dry one answers. A drop of light oil from the tiny gourd warms under the thumb and meets wood where hands always went. Hemp loops at the hook turn a quarter spread where, and keep tomorrow from inheriting today's sharpness. Hooks face inward and sit quiet. Brush care too. The reed brush for the ledger is rinsed in clear water, shaped back to a neat point between finger and thumb, and stood upright in its gourd stand so bristles will keep their memory. The rough brush used for lids gets the same water, and a brief shake. The blue-covered book dries on the boatman's knee in shade. Corners are smoothed with the side of a thumb so they will lie flat when the tie comes on. Now the count. Under the bridge, where swallows thread the air and the shade is gentle, the ledger opens to its last clean space. Coin strings divide by touch. Tens to the left palm, fives to the right. Singles, stacked like little tiles along the plank. Tokens line in a row by crest. Barter is listed in small, plain words: greens, cloth rags, sweets, orange peel, each with the house name, and a mark that will balance with tomorrow's exchange. The brush writes totals by lane, by contract, by trade. The dot that means some clear lands in the margin. The writer lays the brush to its cloth, pinches the point true, and breathes out to meet the day's quiet. They set the boat for evening. Mats come in and settle over the deck like a patient quilt. The oar's ping gets a last turn between finger and thumb, a whisper of oil to keep it friendly. The scoop's handle points left. The ash-line jar sleeps under its lid, the surface patted flat as a compound. The coin pouch is tied with two turns and tucked into the dry corner above the ledger, and the ledger itself is wrapped and knotted with that twist the crew could do in the dark. Always the same motion, always the same neat bow. A city worker in indigo walks the bank with his slate and marks the water line on the bridge stone. He and the ledger man exchange the small look of two clerks at the end of their lines. Not pride, not ceremony, only the peace of numbers that sit where they should. Carp rings spread and vanish under the arch. A pair of women cross the footbridge with baskets, talking as if words were stitches and time were cloth. The crew shares the tea house cake and the noodle shop's dried fish. The boatman pours tea from the squat iron pot, one cup without sugar, one with. They drink standing, backs straight, hands easy, and let breath follow the canal's small rise and fall. Afternoon tilts toward evening. The first lamp boy jogs past on the path, stick and wick tucked in his sash, ready to coax street lanterns into their night selves. There is one last courtesy. The youngest steps to the tiny shrine at the landing stone and places a grain of salt from the housekeeping pouch on the ledge. He bows just enough to move the knot on his headcloth. No one remarks. The boat takes its rope loop back over the post. The knot settles into a shape it has learned from rain and sun. The lantern that rides the workboat is hung under the evenlit now, ready if fog comes back. The crew lifts their bundles, the brush box, the coil of hemp, the cloth of rags, and the small gourd of oil. The oar rests in its cradle with the pin wrapped. The broom stands bristles up. The mats lie flat. The deck looks like a room that exhaled. The ledger opens one last time. The brush writes a line only this book knows, rounds complete, lids and hoops set, ash lime, and cloth in place, pots left tidy, canal easy, crews in good temper. The tie closes with its simple twist. The blue paper goes quiet. Evening gathers across the water like a silk scarf. Paper doors take on their warm squares. A reed's shadow becomes a line across a step and then goes away. The boat breathes once against the post and is still. The crew steps off to the stones with that loosened care bodies earn by doing exact work without fuss. The canal keeps its promise. What came upstream will travel down in green. What was carried out will return as leaves and roots and bowls set on gate stones. The morning's ash lime has done its small, clean work. The lids lie true. The lanes keep their feet. The book remembers the day so no one needs to carry it in their head. The crew walks home light, shoulders unburdened, hands empty but not idle. A swallow writes one last loop under the bridge, and the clay cup that holds its house says nothing, which is the right amount of speech for this hour. And as the canal's lanterns find their evening glow, we can lift our eyes to high air and clear light, where chords dyed in soft earth colors carry the count of people and green. Let us travel to the Andes and sit beside a storehouse door while a keeper reads knots the way. Others reading. Morning in the high valley begins with a quiet blue. The mountains hold their breath. Stones keep the nights chill as if it were a memory they want to tell slowly. Round storehouses the kulka stand in a neat collar along the slope, their thatch caps combed by wind that smells of dry grass and smoke from far-cooked fires. A narrow path threads among them like a line drawn with a careful hand. The keeper eyes before the sun has touched the ridge. His sandals whisper on packed earth. A woven cloak sits easy across his shoulders, the wool worn but light, dyed the color of damp clay. At his belt hangs a soft leather pouch with small pebbles for counting. Over one arm, wrapped in a woven band, is the thing he carries most gently, a bundle of cords, the quipu. Cords dyed in quiet earth colors, cochineal red turned sunset, plant brown like riverbank, faint indigo like shade lie together like a calm fringe. Some cords are thick as a finger, some fine as a reed. At measured places, knots sit with purpose. He pauses at the door of the northern storehouse and sets down a shallow gourd bowl. He touches the wood latch with a palm, then with the back of his hand, feeling the night's cold leave it. The latch lifts without complaint. The door turns on its pegs. Inside, the air is clean and dry. It smells of maize hush, woven cloth, a breath of clay. Light slips along stacked baskets and sleeps in the weave. He unwraps the quipu and lays the main cord across his knees as he sits on a low stool by the doorway. The main cord is thick and steady. From it hang pendant cords in groups. Each group belongs to a storehouse or a kind of thing. A cord with a twist of yellow near the top means maize. A cord with a blue weft tag means cloth. A cord with a little knot of plain undyed fiber means dried potatoes and their kin. Where the pendants sprout smaller pendants, he knows those are for the varieties white maize, red maize, soft fiber cloth, tight weave cloth, chugo from early frost, chugo from late. He runs thumb and forefinger down a maize cord. The knots tell their soft story. A long knot for tens, small single knots for ones, each spaced with a steady gap you could measure by the width of his fingernail. He is not hurried. The cord warms under his touch. He looks across to the basket stacks and senses weight and smell like you know bread from a distance. He will still count, but his body already believes the number. He opens the nearest basket. Cobs lie straight, husks folded like careful sleeves. He dips the gourd, lifts 3 cobs to hear their dry small rain of kernels shake in the fold, then sets them down again. He counts by piles, not by grains, 5 cobs to a little stack, 5 stacks to a larger thought, then a pebble on the ground for each large thought finished. The pebbles move on the packed earth in a shallow groove he smoothed long ago. This is his little board. Some call it a upana. It is only a place that does not forget while hands move. He speaks the number to himself, not loud, not secret. The word from his mouth settles with the pebble, and the pebble becomes a friend to the cord. After each pile, he touches the quipu again, eyes soft, fingers exact, and sets a new knot where the cord asked for it. This may seem unusual today. In his time, it is ordinary. Knots, face, color, and the order of cords hold totals the way ink holds them for other peoples. A runner could carry this fringe to another valley, and a keeper there could read it with the same quiet. He checks the roof with his eyes while numbers sit in their places. Fetch holes tight. No light shows where light should not be. The wall stones meet like closed lips. He brushes away a spider web near the lintel so it will not learn to catch dust. As he moves, his sandals say the same soft word to the floor. Beyond maze, bundles of cloth wait, wrapped in larger cloths and tied with flat woven bands. He undoes a tie and smooths the blanket's edge with his palm. The weave shows its small steps over, under, tight and even, no loose talk. He slides for fingers under the fold and lifts a corner. The fabric breathes in the cool. His mind notes size and hand. His cord will receive that later as a little child cord under the main cloth cord, with a knot that tells the count and a placement that tells the class. He leans the bundle back into its nest and sets the band with the flat knot he prefers, friendly to fingers, faithful to weight. He marks the door lintel with the side of his thumb where dust keeps track of touches. The print will wipe away at noon, for now it says, "This bundle has been seen." Dried potatoes chugo sit in woven sacks against the south wall. They are light and a little wrinkled, like faces that laugh. He empties a sack and plunges both hands in as if into cool sand. The sound is a soft hush, a field's whisper poured into a bag. Chugo smells faintly of frost and stone, and the river's night breath. He counts by handfuls into the gourd bowl, 5 and 5 and 5, then tips them back and ties the mouth with 2 turns. His pebble board receives a small pebble for each bowl. The quipu's cord takes a gentle knot. He drinks a small mouthful from a gourd of chicha that sits by the door. He holds it in his cheeks before swallowing. The cool sweet travels along, not bold, not thin. A coca pouch rests in his cloak fold. He will take 2 leaves later when the sun climbs. For now, numbers and touch keep the mind clear enough. From the threshold, the valley lies in its careful order. Terraces crawl the slope in quiet lines. A stone channel glints with threads of water moved from a far snowmelt. A boy drives llamas along the ridge path. Their necks bend like soft reeds. High above, cloud moves as if taught to walk slowly with the mountain. The keeper answers this pace with his own. He moves to the cloth storehouse. The quipu's cloth group waits pendants dyed a deeper brown than maize, with a faint tag of blue to banish confusion. He sits near the door again. Light reaches into the room, finds the first shelf, and lays a small square upon it. He opens bundle after bundle. checks size with the flat of his hand, counts folds by touch, and rests each back as it was. Some are thick blankets with rougher fibers for soldiers on cold passes. Some are finer tunic sunkalooms, careful pride made to be worn in festivals or to be given to messengers who have run farther than mourning. The cords accept their knots and grow a little heavier with truth. He notes a single loose thread at a bundle's corner and smiles. Loose threads do not wait. He takes a bone needle from a tin of small tools, passes it through, chucks the thread back into the cloth's own silence, and breathes out. He ties nothing else. Cloth prefers the least it needs. By the door, on a shelf of smooth stone, sits a set of small gourds. Each holds something that helps: a pinch of salt, a bit of tallow, a sliver of pumice, a smear of red earth. He uses none of them now. He only straightens their mouths so they face the same way. Order is a sleeping dog. It stays calm when you let it nap. At the center of the storehouse sits a square board with 5 pebbles arranged like the dots on a die face. He will use it at midday when runners come up the path with news and requests. For now, it tells him what he already knows. Baskets are full enough to meet the next list. Cloth can afford a drawer of tunics for the village 2 regions over. Shugo will want a second room opened if the new drying from the high fields arrives this week. He nudges 1 pebble a finger's width to the left. The board nods back without moving. Outside, a pair of women cross the slope with willow baskets. Their steps set a clean beat on the path, hips well balanced under weight. They greet him with a small, wide hand motion. He answers with a lift of his palm. They bring quinoa from the lower terraces. He will open the grain storehouse next and listen to its soft, careful sound, like rain that forgot to be wet. The Quipu has a cord ready for it, dyed with a faint green tag made from a plant brought from a warmer valley. He runs a thumb along that cord now and feels the place where the next knot will sit. He returns to maize to set a final check. He lifts 1 more basket, measures by the gourd, and compares his pebbles to his mind. They match. He slides the pebbles back into their cloth, nuts the pouch, and sets it in the same groove, ready for the next count. He smooths the floor's dust with his palm so new prints will speak cleanly when men come with carrying poles at noon. Beside the door hangs a short braid of dried herbs. He brushes it with the back of his hand and sees a dust-thin film leave the leaves. They still carry their shadow of scent. He will replace the braid when the woman who tends the sacred place offers a fresh one. The storehouse is not a shrine, but it likes to feel of the living things it secures. A runner's flute sounds somewhere far down the path, a thin reed call that simply says coming and not hurry. He has time to open the grain room, time to sit once more with the cords and breathe as numbers choose their seats. He sets the quipu across his knees again and looks at the first pendant of the next group, the one for quinoa. It hangs with a certain quiet energy, the way a new page sits under a brush. He speaks to it the way one speaks to a trusted tool. "We will count," he says, and the word is soft and matter-of-fact. He rises, sets his palm to the next latch, and feels the cool of stone at the seam. The grain room opens with a dry sigh. Cool air slips past his ankles. Baskets line the wall like low hills, broad, shallow ones for first sifting, taller ones for holding. The scent is clean husked dust and the faint sweetness of seed. In the dim, small motes turn like slow snow. He sets the quipu across his knees again, this time with the quinoa cord waiting near his left thumb. Its pendant sits beside two child cords already tied for last month's harvest, one for the lower raisins, one for seed set aside. The free space below is where today's knots will live. He reaches for the gourd scoop and the flat woven sieve. Quinoa makes a hushed sound when it moves, like rain rehearsing itself. He tips a scoop into the sieve and shakes with a practiced wrist. Chaff lifts and drifts in a soft breath. Clean grain walks the weave and piles itself with modesty. He slides 3 sieves worth into a shallow measuring basket, the one that carries a line stitched into its side that his fingers can find without looking. This line is older than his job. It says just enough in basket language. He counts by measures, not by weight. 10 measures make a little hill. He smooths the heel with the back of his hand and sets a pebble on his board, a single round stone, moved 1 space along. 5 heels and a bigger pebble moved to a higher place. The board is a small, tidy world, rows, spaces, and a rhythm his hands trust. Some would call it a counting tray, some would call it a upana. He calls it the stone place, which is what his teacher called it, and his teacher's teacher too. Each time a hill becomes a number, he touches the quipu and ties the knot the number asked for. A long knot for tens, 1, and 2 turn singles for ones spaced exactly, as he was taught, fingernail apart, thumb width between groups. If a number climbs to hundreds, it walks up the pendant farther from the main cord, where higher values live. This may seem like a puzzle now to him at his daylight. Decimal places have their own homes on the cord. He does not count aloud for show. He says the words under his breath so his hands and mouth agree. He pauses to note variety. 1 basket holds reddish seed from the upper terrace. Another holds pale seed from the middle fields. He ties a small child cord under the quinoa pendant for the red, another for the pale. Each gets its own knot placed at the right height. Placement speaks as much as number. A keeper in another valley could read this later and know not only how much but which kind. He sifts again. Grain flows, husk lifts, the sieve breathes. Outside, the valley warms by a hand's breadth. A breeze moves through the channel outside with a silver whisper, and then lies down again. He takes 2 coca leaves from the chuspa at his belt, presses them flat along his gums, and sets a tiny pinch of ash beside them. The taste is green and steady, a quiet lift for mind and feet. He swallows nothing yet. This is a working mouth, not a feasting one. Footsteps on the path announce a runner before his flute does. Light, even steps, the kind that never quarrel with stones. The reed call arrives a breath later, then a figure up the door, hair bound high, slung bag tight, chest rising without complaint. The runner bows with a hand over his heart and sets a small bundle wrapped in dark cloth on the sill. From the Tampu to valleys east, he says, voice easy. Requests for maize flour and coarse cloth. 1 cord to add, 1 to copy. The keeper nods, sets the sieve aside, and empties the bundle. Inside lies a short quipu, no bigger than a man's wrist long, a travel cord with 3 pendants, each with careful knots. The main cord is the color of smoke. A narrow ribbon is woven into the head of it, a pattern the runner's depot uses as its name. He places this visitor beside his own, aligning the heads the way clerks align pages. He reads with his fingers first, eyes second. The maize pendant carries 2 long knots and 3 singles at the place for 10s, and 1's enough to bake for a small garrison and their porters. The cloth pendant shows 1 long knot for singles, tied at the place where bundles, not pieces, are counted. The third pendant, a messenger's note, has only a single knot near the head, a position that means now, not later, in the language of this route. He nods once, then ties a child cord under his own maize cord with a knot that will remember outgoing to East Tampu, set at the proper height for the count he will move. He shifts 1 pebble on the board to the space that means Hoken 4. In this work, pebbles are not only numbers, they are little flags that keep promises from being lost in the busy noon. He lifts his reed brush, the smallest one, trimmed and stiff, and paints a short mark on the inner door lintel, a mark only keepers read. It will brush away by night. It simply says, "Flour to be ground," so the millers will come when the sun stands above the ridge. The runner drinks from the gourd he is offered, rinses his mouth, and chews the swallow the way a man who will run again does. He does not hurry away. He sits on the threshold and massages his calves with both hands, eyes on the terraces as if counting stone steps with his gaze. When his breath is pleased with itself again, he asks, "Do you need carrying to the Tampu?" The keeper considers, then says, "At midday, 2 loads the cloth bundles and the maize ground fine." Come when the shadow of the door touches the second stone. The runner nods. Such stones have measured hours longer than anyone remembers. The keeper returns to grain. He sifts and piles until the pebble board says enough to meet a request and keep the ridge fed. He ties what needs tying, a long knot at the 10's place for grain set aside, a single knot for the small bowl he will give to the woman who comes with herbs for the door braid. A Quipu can hold gifts, as well as taxes, if the keeper agrees to let kindness sit in a column with quantity. He opens the sack of chugo again, and moves 3 gourd bowls into a separate basket. These are for the workers who will grind maize at the millstone. He ties a tiny child cord near the maize pendant's head, the place for labor owed and settled. In these years, people take turns at state work as a kind of tax. Food for hands is part of the ledger too. Numbers and stomachs share the same page. From the doorway, he watches 2 boys tug a small sledge up the path, laughing in a way that shrinks distance. The sledge carries a round stone no larger than a man's head cradled in a ring of rope. He will use that stone as a weight later to help press a lid down flat on a grain jar. He makes the little gesture of thanks with his chin. 1 boy returns it with both eyebrows, a language that needs no words. Before noon, the millers arrive, 2 women with hair braided in pairs, each with a flat grinding stone wrapped in cloth to spare hands. They set the stones near the door where breeze can pass. 1 kneels and tilts her corns until the faces agree in their old partnership. The other cups a handful of grain and lets it fall between stone and stone. The first turns with a pressure she learned from yours. Flour begins as silence, and then becomes the faintest snow, landing clean on the woven mat. The keeper measures with his gourd 1 bowl for the tampu, 1 for seed flour, 1 for the small jar that keeps the storehouse free of damp. He ties the tamper knot as the flour grows. Work ears to hands, 1 cord. He checks cloth while the stones sing their quiet song. Bundles lie by size. Coarser cloth for sacks and wrap bands, finer for tunics and tribute. He chooses for bundles of the coarser kind, each the length of his outstretched arms, and marks their cords with a palm press so he will not lift the same again by mistake. He ties a child cord on the cloth pendant and places a long knot to match the bundles. He touches the main cord's head with 2 fingers, a habit learned from his teacher to signal that an outgoing count has found its mark. The runner returns, as promised, shadow touching the second stone, breath ready, legs quiet. 2 porters follow, each with a back strap coiled and a smile that looks like patience. The keeper sets the flour in 4 leather pouches, pressed flat, air coaxed out, mouths tied with the double turn and tuck he prefers so no grain can learn to escape. The cloth bundles take their crossbands, knots flat so shoulders will not complain. He places a small felted pad under each rope where it will sit on a bone old hat will turn to mercy. He reads the Quipu one more time. Fingers travel the maize pendant. Long knot for tens moved out. Singles for bowls given to labor. A small knot close to the head for a gift in herbs. Down the cloth pendant. 1 long knot for bundles outgoing. Across to the quinoa child cords. Red seed, pale seed count set, and left alone for the afternoon. He breathes in, then out, and sets the Quipu's head gently against his knee as if to say, "We agree." Porters shoulder the loads. Straps settle over the chest with the practiced curl that makes breath easy. The runner tucks the small travel Quipu into his sling bag. Now updated with a fresh child cord for receive, no document changes hands. Yet both sides hold the same sentence. He bows, the porters bow. They go. The keeper smooths the dust near the door with his palm, draws 1 short line that means outgoing complete, and wipes it away again. He empties a small cup of chiche into the bowl for the earth and tips another for his mouth. The taste is friendly, like wet grain speaking softly. Noon steps up to the ridge with an even foot. Light sits loud for a little while and then agrees to rest. He eats a handful of toasted maize and a strip of dried cheese. Simple food taken with the same attention he gives cords. Outside, a llama snorts like leather waking. Inside, shadows slide a finger along the baskets. He will finish the grain count, close the door to 2 storehouses and open 1 more for the afternoon cool. Then sit with the Quipu on his knees again to copy a clean summary cord for the governor's clerk. When he passes next week, for now the valley breathes, the cords remember. And the pebbles lie where they should. Afternoon takes a calmer tone. The ridge stops shining and begins to listen. Thatch softens its crackle. The stone channel outside speaks in a lower voice, as if water has remembered its bed more fully. Inside the storehouses, air cools by a thumb's width. The keeper sets the Quipu across his knees again, touches the maize pendant once, then lets his hand rest on the cloth group. He finishes the cloth inventory with the kind of attention that turns numbers into neighbors. Bundles lie by grade. Sackcloth with a dryer asp, wrap bands flat and obedient. Tunic lengths that drape with a small patience. He lifts each by the woven band. Never by the edge. His palm measures width the way a miller measures grain through memory. Not pride. When a bundle shows a tightness in the band, he loosens and reties it with the flat knot he favors so the fold won't learn to crease. A tug at the corner tells him if damp thought to intrude, none did. He adds a child cord under the cloth pendant for ready for tribute, places 1 quiet long knot, and lets the cord fall back into the fringe with its soft weight. Outside, sandals come in 2s, light and even. The porters return sooner than a stranger might guess. The tampu is not far if legs know the slope, and breath knows its own company. They stand at the threshold long enough to show they are not wine sick. then step in with no ceremony. Shoulder straps unroll, loads set down with care, hands used all morning find their open selves again. Delivered, says the runner, smiling with the muff, not the voice. He offers a token the length of a hand, a short cord bound to a sliver of wood, dyed with the East Tampu's own band at the head and carrying a single knot at a height where received lives in that road's habit. The keeper touches the token, not as a skeptic but as a reader. He knows the weave at the head, the small pattern he aligned beside his own Quipu at noon. He turns the little stick once to feel its smooth side, and sees the soot mark placed by the Tampu clerk to show the flour was clean and the cloth matched the request. He gives the porters water from the gourd, a mouthful of toasted maize, and a small handful of chugo for their sack. Payment here is not coin. It is food and favor, and the kind of ledger that keeps its lines on faces rather than bark. He takes the travel Quipu the runner carried, and adds a child cord near its head, one short single knot, his sign for answered. Then ties the same mark into his own main cord near the maize pendant's top, a mirrored note. To sides of the same quiet sentence. The porters roll their straps. The runner sits for a breath in the door and looks along the terraces the way men look along their own gardens, counting without counting. He will sleep at the Tampu on the western ridge tonight. For now he stands, thanks the storehouse, with a hand to chest and a small tilt of the head to the Quipu, and is gone the way people go when puffs and lungs are friends. The keeper returns to numbers that wait without tapping their feet. He smooths the dust near the cloth storehouse door with the side of his palm and writes a short mark in it with a reed stem to stroke. East that mean out and returned. He wipes them away with the heel of his hand. The meaning stays. The dust does not need to keep it. A clerk arrives from the village below before the shadows have learned to lengthen fully. He wears a folded cloak with narrow bands the color of bark and small, neat sandals, and he carries a pouch with a reed pen and a piece of thin bark paper. His kind prefers ink to cord for some matters. He prefers not to say this out loud. He greets the keeper with a brief, honest bow. Men who count do not waste one another's time, and sits on the low stool the keeper moved into the shade. What have you tied since last moon? The clerk asks, voice mild. Question and courtesy share the same breath here. The keeper lifts the Quipu to his forearm so both can see without bending. He runs fingers along the maize pendant. Grain outgoing to the East Tampu 1/10 knot, 3 single knots. He says softly, labor bowls for miller's one. He shows the short. Near head knot that means gift and herbs, cloth outgoing 1/10 knot, cloth for tribute. Ready 1/10 knot, set aside. He moves to the quinoa child cords, red seed, 3 hills, pale seed, 4. He does not say the word hill as modern people do for ground. He means his measure hills on the counting board. The clerk knows this and makes the tiny sign with his chin that says he understood. The clerk writes small, vertical marks on his bark. He does not copy every knot. He copies the story into symbols as lean as reed leaves. He asks 2 more questions that matter to his own column. Any roof patch? Any pest quarrel? The keeper answers with 2 short shakes. No leaks, no teeth, and adds, herb braid near its end, and touches the dry reed over the door with 2 fingers. The clerk writes the herb note because the governor's house will want to know that the woman who keeps the shrine will need a fresh bundle for this door when she comes with offerings. On the next market day, good order travels the same channels as grain. "Will you tie a summary?" the clerk asks, not as an order, but as a neighbor's task you might toast with chicha later. The keeper nods. A summary cord is a small quipu with only the outer lines of a day written into its fringe, enough for a clerk's carry, light enough for a full pocket in a rain. He takes a fresh main cord from the basket of clean woolen dyed, strong, and ties 3 pendants in the order his hand prefers: maize, cloth, grain. He watches his fingers choose the lengths without thinking. The body remembers even when mind drifts to a small sound outside, a llama dragging its rope against a stone at the slope's edge. He ties the maize count first. A long knot for the 10s outgoing, 3 singles for the ones that went with it, a small near-head single for gifts and labor, set close to the main cord where quick eyes will find it. He ties the cloth count with the same discipline, 1 long knot, then another for the pile set aside for tribute. For quinoa he ties single knots under the child cords, positions on the main to small pendants for red and pale, each with its own number. He strokes the space between knots with his thumb so the summary will read like a steady line, not like beads on a string. He adds a tiny marker at the head of the cord, a woven band made this morning by the girl who tends the spindle in the weaving cord. A little pattern that says North Storehouses and 3rd day after the last moon. The clerk holds the cord in his palms a moment, as if warming a small animal, then tucks it into his pouch beside the pen and the bark. A short bow passes between them, account given, account received. They drink a mouth from the gourd and let chicha sit under the tongue. The clerk stands, thanks the storehouse with the same 2 fingers the runner used, counting men inherit gestures, and leads the way he came, steps placing the light measure on packed earth. A bird crosses the path, undecided about shadow, and decides in favor of sun. Afternoon accepts this as its opinion and looks larger. The keeper sits again with the full quipu balanced on his knees and begins to tidy its thoughts for evening. Strays are coaxed back into their groups. A child cord that liked to twist is smoothed with a thumb and a breath of warm air. The main cord's head is stroked once and laid toward the door so incoming numbers will meet it without shyness. He takes the pebble board and moves to stones, 1 from promised back to done, 1 from to count to rest. Pebbles look like nothing from above, from near. They are the feet that the day uses to walk. Across the slope, the 2 women who ground flour gather their stones into cloth again. He gives them the small bowls he tied for labor, chugo, and toasted maize, and they accept with the comfortable io. If people who have been fed fairly, no thanks are spoken. Their hair shines as they step into sun. Their shadows grow by finger widths with each dozen paces. He tightens a leather strap on a grain jar, easing the lid down with the small stone the boys brought earlier. Wait sits, air decides to stay out, and damp loses interest. A fainter breath drifts from the old braid above the lintel and reminds him that night will want a new one soon. He writes a small reed mark on the inner doorpost, a slanted line that tells his later self, braid. Market day, the kind of note that disappears with a sleeve at dusk and lives exactly as long as it needs to. Children pass the path driving 3 llamas, each with a soft clatter of rope rings at the neck, each with a patience learned from men who count. 1 boy holds up a palm leaf with holes in it and laughs at the sun that pours dots on his friend's chest. The keeper smiles with his eyes and returns to the cord on his lap. He ties 1 more tiny near-head knot on the maize pendant, a mark he uses for visit, because the clerk came and read. It is not a number. It is a touchstone the next reader will feel and think, this page was turned. He breathes the knot into place, sets the fringe so it lies true, and sits a little while doing nothing obvious, which is sometimes the most faithful part of this work. The mountain trades bright for useful shade. Terraces turn from gold to wool. The channel carries the same measure carried at morning, but in the year it has a different grammar now. The storehouses, round and neat, keep their quiet. The cords on his knees hold people and grain, and cloth with no louder burden than a scarf. This is what he likes best, numbers that do not shout, tools that make no promises they cannot keep. Before the last light slides, he will open one more door to count seed potatoes in their coal room, and tie a small draft cord for tomorrow's carriers from the ridge hamlet. He will pat the ash under the lintel so dust will listen, and he will touch the braid one more time to remind it that its friend will come with the next market's herbs. For now he sits with the Quipu and the pebble board, and the smell of maize and wool. He watches the ridge draw its evening line and lets the cord settle to the weight it has earned today. The seed room breeze cool from its clay floor. Its door opens to a short passage that turns once, then widens, so light arrives as a quiet visitor instead of a flood. He steps inside and rests his palm on the inner wall where night keeps a fingertip of cold even in sun. Baskets sit low and wide, lined with straw, each half filled with potatoes saved for planting small firm, with eyes like tiny stars. A flat stone near the doorway holds a shallow bowl of ash. A little of this will dust any wound if a tuber shows a scratch, the way a wise elder dusts a child's scraped knee with calm words. He unrolls the Quipu on his knees, letting the maize and cloth cords settle to one side while the chugo and seed cords come forward. The seed pendant is undyed, with a faint green weft tag tied near the head, his own reminder that these go back to earth. Two child cords hang under it for variety. He ties a third child cord now, its twist slightly tighter, for selected eyes, the best sprouts to start next season clean. Counting here is slower on purpose. He lifts each tuber with his fingertips, not because it is fragile, but because the gesture teaches patience to the rest of the day. He measures by bowls. One gourd bowl tipped into a basket is one small knot, 10 bowls. Smooth level with the back of his hand, earn a long knot at the tens place. He sets aside any potato with a cut too deep or a softness that speaks of a story better told to the cooking fire than to soil. Those go into a separate basket by the door, and receive a near head knot on the chugo pendant. The mark he uses for diverted to kitchen, not field. He pauses to check the thatch above with his ear as much as eye. Wine steps over the roof like a soft-footed animal. No drip has taught stain to live in the reed. He is satisfied. He dusts a nick on one tuber with ash, sees the gray kiss settle, and returns it to the seed basket with its fellows. He pulls a strip of woven band snug over the rim so the straw bed will not shift when porters lift later. Outside, voices approach slow, friendly feet on the path with the tuneless rhythm of people who work together more often than not. The carriers from the ridge hamlet arrive, 3 men with measured shoulders and backs that know. Straps, a woman with a basket and a scarf full of news, and a boy who carries nothing but an eagerness to be given something small and necessary. They greet with the compact hands of people who share weather and bread. The keeper nods them to the shade where a flat stone serves as a table. He brings out his small basket of clean cords, a neat tumble of undyed wool, ends waxed, lengths thoughtful. From these he will tie a draft cord, a little quipu, that tells tomorrow before tomorrow knows itself. Draft cords leave with carriers, so no moth needs to carry a list. A fringe does it better. He lays the new main cord across the stone, no longer than the span from wrist to elbow. 3 pendants for this errand will be enough. Seed potatoes by bowl, wrap bands for their hands and shoulders, a small measure of toasted maize for the road. He ties the seed pendant first, 2 long knots, and for singles 24 bowls to the lower terraces for first planting. He ties the band pendant 1 long knot for 10, because he keeps wrap bands in bundles of 10 rolled together like sleeping snakes. For toasted maize, he ties 3 singles, 3 handfuls per person, placed close to the head so the carriers know this is for now, not for storage. He adds 1 near head single on the seed cord. His sign for select eyes, so the woman who minds the planting rows will know to keep the best. For the first furrows by the channel, he holds the draft cord up so the carriers can see the tidy story. The woman smiles without making a sound. The men tilt their chins in that small agreement that means, this reads clearly. He ties the head with a narrow weave, a pattern the Ridge Hamlet uses on their shoulder cloths, so the cord will find its home again if wind or forgetfulness tries to carry it elsewhere. He tucks the little quipu into the woman's palm. She slips it into her sleeve as if it were a spoon, the very shape of usefulness. Now the boy gets his small necessary task. The keeper places 3 smooth pebbles in the boy's hand, 1 black, 1 pale, 1 reddish, and says the short sentence that has sent boys up and down these paths for longer than the old people remember. Place black at the spring stone after you drink. Place pale at the field's corner where the wind turns. Place red on the storehouse step when you return. It is a game that holds the day's map. The boy closes his fingers, as if the pebbles were seeds. He nods solemnly, then grins, not to be silly, but because being trusted feels like eating something sweet. The carriers shoulder 2 baskets of seed and 1 small bundle of bands. The straps settle across chests, a flat, practiced cross that keeps breath large and hips free. The keeper fits a felt pad under 1 strap where a bone tends to argue, old hat will doing new courtesy again. He opens the seed room door a little wider and smooths the passage floor with his palm so bodies and baskets will not find a lip as the carriers move. He notes how the baskets tip and balances them with a small shift of tubers from one to the other, work done by listening hands. When the carriers go, the path seems to hum the fact of them having passed. He sets a near head knot on the seed pendant, his quiet mark for a sign to field. He returns the ash bowl to its place on the stone and draws a short line in the dust near the door that means draft cord tied. He wipes the line with the edge of his sandal, not because it needs to disappear, but because he likes dust. To live in the present, from below slow steps and a dry, kind cough announced the woman from the shrine. She arrives with a new braid of herbs, 2 kinds of green twisted together, one that smells of sun, one that smells of rain when crushed. The braid is fresh, cool in his hands. He thanks her with both palms open. She ties the braid over the storehouse lintel, hands remembering the exact, not the last braid used. This will keep the talk of mice small, she says, not as magic, but as habit, which is a kind of prayer. He gives her a bowl of quinoa flour and 3 chugo from the diversion basket. She will take them to the small pot in the shrine yard and make something that knows both smoke and gratitude. She asks if the roof over the northern door still sits honest. He answers, "It does." She taps a thatch edge with two fingers to feel its spring and nods. They share a sip of chicha from the same gourd, turn away so each drinks their own breath back, and set the gourd down in the same place without looking. People who tend storage and people who tend shrines often move like this parallel care, different names. He adds a near-head single on the maize pendant his marked for visit from Keeper of Herbs. Some would not tie such a thing. He likes to see visitors caught in the Kurd's memory along with food. It keeps the day from being only bowls and bundles. The light lays long boards across the floor. The channel outside draws a line of silver on stone, and then forgets it as shade climbs. It is time to close for night without making the rooms feel abandoned. He begins at the grain door. The lid stones go onto jars with that slow press that teaches them to sit, straps lie flat and obedient. The small weight the boys dragged earlier rests its sensible mass on a stubborn lid until morning. Brings easy hands back. He wipes the door's threshold with a damp cloth so dust will not rush in. When the evening breeze passes, at the maze room he does the same. A look to the basket's placements, a check of band not snow-proud loops. No sulking slack and a palm to the wall where cool lets him be sure the day never turned hot. Inside, he tucks the reed brush used for lintel marks back into its gourd case and ties the case with a knot that comes loose kindly in the morning. The seed room asked for a different ending. He folds a thin cloth over the topmost basket to whisper darkness to the tubers. Roots prefer quiet cues. He leaves the door open the width of a finger so the coal that lives in the passage can visit the baskets without letting night creatures learn too much of the snow. The braid above the door looks newly green in the slope's last light. He touches it lightly as he pauses, and feels the plant's day still living in the leaves. He sits at the stone outside with the Quipu across his knees for the closing read. Fingers move down the pendants the way evening light moves down terrace walls. Maze long not outgoing singles for labor bowls and a gift in herbs, near head visit mark. Cloth long not delivered, long not reserved, child cord for tribute ready. Quinoa child cords for red and pale, each with its ill knots sitting like pebbles in a stream. Seed to long knots and for singles for tomorrow's bowls to field, near head single for select eyes, near head single for assigned all neat. Chugo near head singles for kitchen diversions modest and clear. He strokes the space between groups with his thumb until the fringe lies like combed hair. The main Kurd's head points toward the village. In the morning it will point toward the ridge, a small habit that keeps poths inside the cord as well as outside. A last check, pebble board. He moves to stones to dawn, leaves one at watch, pushes one small one to morning, and removes a stray that found its way onto the board by mistake, a piece of broken straw wearing a pebble's confidence. He smiles and flicks it aside. The board is swept with his palm and set under the bench, where it sleeps like a low moon. Fires begin as tiny oranges down in the village. Smoke climbs in threads that never decide to be ropes. Llamas fold their legs and become friendly boulders with ears, children's voices thing. Then collect. Then vanish into houses that will knit them to rest. The valley grows a soft pattern you could wrap around your shoulders if you stood still long enough. He closes the outer doors with their bone pegs, never forcing, always listening for the hinge's answer. He ties each latch with a single turn and a tuck the knot that does not brag and never sulks. He leaves the broom against the wall with its bristles up. He takes the Quipu under his arm, as one would take a sleeping child supported at the head, commanding no noise, and steps onto the path that leads along the collar of storehouses toward his room. Behind him the round rooms hold their thoughtful dark. Inside the cords, the day holds still without effort. Numbers have taken their seats. Baskets have kept their shapes. The braid over the door speaks its quiet green into the wood. The valley gives back what it kept of the sun and slow breath. Tomorrow has a draft cord in a sleeve and 3 pebbles in a boy's hand. Tonight, the keeper ties nothing more. He sets the Quipu on a folded cloth by his mat, turns the main cord head toward the doorway out of habit, and sits a while longer listening to water think. Night passes like a careful hand smoothing cloth. When the first graze is between stones, the keeper opens his eyes. Air carries a clean bite from the ridge. He sits up, folds his blanket, and sets the Quipu across his knees as if greeting an old friend. The main cord's head still points toward the door, the habit that tells him day has permission to begin. Outside, the collars of the storehouses keep a steady hush. Ash on the thresholds has held its little line. That shows no flash of wet. He listens a breath longer, hearing only water in the channel and a single llama clearing its nose. Good. He starts with lids and cool. In the grain room, jar stones sit where he placed them. He lifts each, feeling for the slight pull that means the seal held, and air stayed out. Bands lie flat. No strap learned pride overnight. He touches the wall, finds that finger's width of night chill, and smiles into the din. A damp cloth walks the threshold once slow, so the morning breeze will carry and no impatience. The seed room receives the same quiet ritual. He draws the door wider by a hand. Cloth covers sit where he left them. Straw under the top layer remembers its shape. He lifts a bowl of seed potatoes and listens. A dry rustle answers. He sets the bowl down and ties the band gently, checking the knot seat with his thumb. The braid above the lintel still reads green. He presses it lightly and thanks it without speech. Footsteps arrive before voices. The rage carriers return with the first lane of dawn. The boy trots ahead, face proud and serious. He holds out his empty hand. Black at the spring stone, he says. Pale at the field's turn. Red on your step. His pronunciation gives the colors a round, important sound. The keeper nods, gives the boy a toasted maize kernel, and rests his palm for a moment on the boy's crown. That is all the ceremony such reports need. The woman from the hamlet slips the draft cord from her sleeve and lays it on the flat stone. Its pendants sit as he tied them yesterday. She taps the seed knot with a fingernail to say done. He lifts the little Quipu and ties a near-head single, a check mark in cord language is sign for returned, and read. He sets the draft cord aside in a small basket meant for such travelers. Later, he will undo its knots and wash the cord to begin another errand. Wool enjoys being useful more than it enjoys being new. They drink warm water together while the ridge takes its color. She described soil near the channel as friendly and the terraces above as still sleeping. He ties nothing for such words. He holds them in his head long enough to color his count, and then lets them join the air. The carriers accept wrap bands for their hands and 1 handful of toasted maize each for walking home. They go without fuss, steps in that long rhythm heels teach. Now the morning's making of a summary. A clerk will pass by mid-sun on the route toward the governor's house. The keeper will send a fresh fringe so the next eyes will know what the round rooms hold without coming up the slope. He chooses main cord the color of undyed wool, a quiet strength. 3 pendants will be enough again maize cloth, green plus 2 short child cords for seed potatoes by variety. He reads the full Quipu once with fingers. Maize, 1 long not outgoing yesterday, 3 singles for bowls given to millers. To nearhead singles herb visit, and clerks reading 1 more for ridge draft returned. Cloth, 1 long for outgoing, 1 long for tribute ready, both distinct and sitting level. Quinoa, child cords, red and pale, with their measured ills. Seed, 2 long and for singles for the bowls assigned, nearhead singles for select eyes, and carried to field. Both present and honest. Chugo, a few nearhead singles for kitchen diversions. Small but real, his hands know where each knot lies before his eyes report it. He ties the summary pendants in that order. Knots sit at the heights their values deserve. Spacing stays true to his teacher's old rule. A fingernail between singles, a thumb between groups. He adds the woven head tag that says North Kalka and today's place in the moon count. The cord lies light in his palm, telling the whole story in a fringe that will not forget itself. He prepares a small copy as well as second summary with fewer knots so a runner on a different path can carry the same truth. Duplicate memory is a kind of roof. It sheds surprises later. Sun clears the ridge enough to ask for lids. He replaces each jar stone with the same care he used at dusk, feeling the soft acceptance as the seal takes. He wipes the bands with a cloth dampened from the bowl. He does not polish. He removes the night's whisper and gives the day a clean start. In the maze room, he pats a stubborn lid with the boy's round stone and leaves it there to teach patience until cool returns. The Quipu returns to his knees for the closing read of the morning. He lets his thumb travel from pendant to pendant, not chasing, only greeting. Each knot answers. Each space has kept its meaning. He strokes the main cord's head and points it toward the governor's route. That small turn is not magic. It is a way of reminding his body that the story will travel today. Footsteps sound on the path with a clerk's even measure. The village scribe arrives with his bark packet and reed pen, the same man who sat in the shade yesterday. He accepts the summary cord into both hands, weighs its lightness as if testing a ripe fruit, and tucks it beside his papers. Any change since we spoke, he asks. 1 jar slow to seat, the keeper answers, and points to the round weight teaching it. Nothing else. The clerk nods, sets a mark on his bark, and leaves a small square of fresh paper in exchange. It is not needed. The gesture travels anyway. Like a friendly coin that buys nothing and is kept for years. Runners appear soon after 2 from the east Tampu, lean and loose, hair bound high. They will carry news outward. He sets the smaller copy cord in a pouch with a bit of clean wool to keep it from rubbing. He marks the pouch with a tie of colored thread that matches the east road's stripe. A runner slips the pouch into his sling, touches the Quipu head with 2 fingers, and goes. No speech, just the exact bow this valley uses for message understood. He goes once more through rooms with eyes that asked for nothing fancy. Baskets, even. Bands, cooperative. Floors, smooth. The braid, fresh. The ash bowl, full. The pebble board, placed under the bench where it sleeps. The broom, bristles up. He sets the reed brush back into its gourd and ties the loop. He lifts the round stone from the stubborn lid cooler holds. The lid sits now from its own goodwill. He closes doors as the sun begins to brighten stones on the opposite slope. Bone pegs slide into their homes. Latches find their seat. He ties each with that single turn and tuck that will never surprise him later. He places his palm flat on each door and feels the storehouse breathe. Numbers are inside now, sitting down to their day, knots keeping watch without fuss. On the bench outside, he lays the working Quipu in the exact coil he prefers, main cord round, pendants combed with 2 fingers, child cords lying beneath their elders like neat roots. He covers it with a folded cloth against sun. He sits beside it with a bowl of warm water and a pinch of toasted maize. He chews slowly. He swallows when his mouth asks, not before. He holds out the red pebble again, shy and triumphant. I put one down and also brought one back, he says, the logic of childhood woven into his tone. Good, the keeper answers, and presses the pebble into the boy's palm again. Keep this one. It will remember today for you. The boy nods so hard his hair moves. He runs off toward his own breakfast. Wind lifts a corner of the cloth over the Quipu, and then thinks better of it. The channel slides a ribbon of light across its stones. Smoke a field away forgets to climb and then remembers. The round rooms keep their slow, comfortable dark behind good doors. He will work the same measures tomorrow. Tie reed smooth, seal chair. Fresh knots will sit beside yesterday's calm ones. Pebbles will move and then rest. Gifts will come and go as needed. The braid above the door will stay green for a while and then welcome its successor. For this morning, the cord has said its piece plainly. The storehouses agree. The valley breathes in a pace that asked for nothing rushed. He gathers the Quipu, tucks it under his arm with that careful support he always gives the head, and walks the collar path once more, slow as a counted line drawn around what matters. Now these 4 quiet occupations have had their hours, the night light and its glass, the caravan's patience with thirst, the city's tidy lanes and ash line, and the mountain's cord that remembers. They can keep you company as you rest. Now these stories will keep you company as you drift. Thank you for listening. Sleep well and sweet dreams.